$1 trillion gift package at the start. Xia Kingdom, Haidu. Sumu, a sophomore at Haida University, was no ordinary student. He had recently crossed over from a parallel world with a strikingly similar cultural background. Wait, even my phone came with me. Born and raised in Haidu, Sumu had lived alone ever since his parents left for abroad 10 years ago, never to be heard from again. All they had left him was a cramped old house barely 50 square meters in size. As Sumu idly scrolled through his phone, he noticed an unfamiliar app. When did I download this casual fishing game? Curious, he tapped the icon. Damn, I can't even uninstall it, Sumu muttered, frowning. But his intrigue won out, and he opened the app. What he saw left him momentarily stunned. Instead of the usual generic sea surface typical of fishing games, the scene displayed on his phone was the vast, glittering expanse of a starry sky. Whoa, this is stunning. Still skeptical, he clicked the fishing button. A virtual fishing rod appeared on the screen, casting out into the cosmic void. Suddenly, a message popped up. Congratulations on trying out casual fishing for the first time. You have one more attempt for today. Congratulations. You've caught a Koenigsegg 1:1 worth 100 million yuan. The car is now parked downstairs and includes the God of Cars skill. What the? This is insane. Sumu stared at his screen, his heart racing. Without hesitation, he clicked the button for his second attempt. Congratulations. You've caught 1 billion yuan in cash. The amount has been deposited into your exclusive bank account. Please check your balance. After 2 casts, the fishing button grayed out. Only 2 chances a day, huh? Typical bait to get you to pay for more attempts, Sumu chuckled to himself, convinced this was just another gimmick. But his thoughts were interrupted by a notification. Your card ending in 2127 has been credited with 1 billion yen. Your new balance is 1,300,000 yen. Industrial and Commercial Bank of Xia. Sumu froze. Wait, what? This can't be real. Dumbfounded, he looked around his room. That's when he noticed a brown envelope sitting on his desk. Where did this come from? Opening the envelope, he found a car key, its emblem unmistakably that of a Koenigsegg. It's real, Sumu whispered, equal parts shocked and exhilarated. He pinched himself hard. The sharp pain confirmed it wasn't a dream. A parallel world and now a system like this. This is straight out of a novel. But I guess it suits me. After all, I'm the protagonist here. Determined to confirm the truth, Sumu quickly downloaded his bank's app and linked his card. The balance was exactly as stated, 1,300,000 yen. 1, 10, 100, billion. Sumu counted the digits over and over. Finally, he exhaled, his mind racing. I'm rich. Truly rich. But even the astronomical sum of money paled in comparison to his other prize. The Koenigsegg 1:1. This is worth more than the cash. The Koenigsegg 1:1 was a supercar enthusiast's ultimate dream. Limited to just 6 units worldwide and priced at 100 million yuan, it was a vehicle so rare that even billionaires might never own one. Grabbing the car key, Sumu dashed downstairs. His heart raced with excitement as he approached the parking lot. Sure enough, a striking purple Koenigsegg 1:1 sat gleaming in the sun, drawing a crowd of awestruck onlookers. Am I seeing things? Is that really a Koenigsegg 1:1? When did something like this show up in our neighborhood? Nearby, a woman in revealing clothing turned to someone next to her. Is that car expensive? She asked. Expensive? Are you kidding? This is the Koenigsegg 1:1, one of the world's most exclusive supercars, worth 100 million yuan. The luxury car's unexpected appearance in the old, run-down neighborhood had caused quite a commotion. As Sumu approached the car, the crowd turned to look at him. Ignoring their stares, he unlocked the door with a soft click. Sliding into the driver's seat, he couldn't help but grin. With this system, my future is limitless. I really want to see which big guy parked the car here. Yes, to spend 100 million on this car, one must be very rich. The onlookers were also amazed. In their opinion, the car owner is definitely not a resident of this community. After all, anyone who can drive a Koenigsegg must at least live in a large flat in Thompson 1. As soon as Sumu went downstairs, he saw a group of people gathered around the parking space. He also understood what was going on instantly. I squeezed through the crowd and accidentally bumped into a young white-collar worker in a suit and bow tie. What are you squeezing for? When the young white-collar worker saw what Sumu was wearing, he frowned and said unhappily, "Do you know what kind of car this is? Can you pay for it if it's damaged?" Before the young white-collar worker could finish his words, his eyes froze in amazement. All the passers-by around gasped. "Is this car his?" Sumu calmly pressed the car key in his hand, opened the scissor door, and sat directly in the driver's seat. "Fasten your seatbelts, start the engine, and the roar of Koenigsegg 11 will amaze everyone." Everyone consciously made way. Sumu released the brake, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the car to the side of the young white-collar worker. "I didn't hear what you said just now." How dare young white-collar workers speak up? He never dreamed that this Koenigsegg 11 worth 100 million yuan actually belonged to Sumu, who was wearing cheap clothes. The young white-collar worker blushed, lowered his head, and dared not even say a word. Sumu didn't tease him. He stepped on the accelerator, and when he reached the gate, he made a beautiful drift and turned, disappearing from everyone's sight. It's really worthy of being called Koenigsegg 11. The feeling of pushing back is simply intoxicating. Sumu took the driving test when he was a freshman in college. As a supercar enthusiast, he sometimes goes to professional racing tracks to rent a car to satisfy his craving. Of course, there are also the driving skills that come with the car. As soon as Sumu touched the car, the familiarity of the car instantly spread throughout his body. Haidu. As the economic capital of Xia State, there are many wealthy people. But, the Koenigsegg 11 worth 100 million yuan drove on the road and instantly attracted everyone's attention. F***CK, this is Koenigsegg. Drive slower, drive slower. If you hit someone, even if you sell your BMW 5 Series, it won't be enough to pay for the damage. Is this true? My car costs more than 1 million yuan. The owner of the BMW 5 Series is a female driver. Although she drives a BMW 5 Series, in her opinion, BMW and Mercedes-Benz are also luxury cars. My dear, that is the Koenigsegg 11. There are only 6 in the world, and it is worth 100 million. What a concept of 100 million. A BMW 5 Series like hers can buy hundreds of them. After all, it was in the city, so Sumu didn't drive very fast. There were a lot of cars following behind the car, but none of them dared to speed up. Stopping at the traffic light, Sumu was also quite excited. As soon as the green light came on, Sumu stepped on the accelerator. Boom. The sound of Koenigsegg is simply intoxicating. But the next second, a red LaFerrari came towards them at a very fast speed. Although Sumu has the skills of a car god, he was unable to dodge the rushing Rafa. Bang. A loud bang. The LaFerrari worth 24 million directly hit the body of the Koenigsegg worth 100 million. However, they are all world-class supercars, so their safety performance is naturally top-notch. Although the cars collided, fortunately no one was hurt. Sumu also frowned. He must be heartbroken that his new car was hit like this. After getting off the car, I wanted to have a good talk with the owner of the LaFerrari. Over there, the owner of the LaFerrari also got down from the driver's seat. He looked to be in his mid-20s, with dark circles under his eyes. Qin Fun. Sumu recognized the owner of the LaFerrari immediately. After all, there aren't many rich second generations in Haidu who own Rafa, and there are only a few of them. Qin Fun is the most famous among these rich second generations. Nicknamed Sea King by netizens, he is truly a top second-generation rich man. He once posted a screenshot of his bank balance of 9.9 billion on a social networking site. Qin Fun did not drink and drive, nor did he attract fans. He just played games last night and was a little tired after staying up all night. But this collision woke him up completely. If it was an ordinary car, he really wouldn't care. The point is, this is a Koenigsegg 11. His LaFerrari is considered a top-notch supercar in Shanghai. But strictly speaking, this Koenigsegg 11 can buy 4 of his LaFerrari. In fact, if it really is a problem with the car, it's not a big deal. The key is people. There are many people who can afford this car. but there are really few that can be bought. At least he had thought about this car before, but unfortunately, he couldn't buy it. Are you okay? Qin Fen's attitude was quite good. Although he didn't know Sumu, anyone who could afford a supercar worth 100 million yuan was probably not an ordinary person. I'm fine, you should be okay too, right? Sumu understood the principle of not hitting someone who smiles at him. Besides, there was really no need for him to go up against a top second-generation rich man like Qin Fen over such a small matter. Qin Fen also walked to Sumu with an apologetic look and handed him a cigarette. Sumu took the cigarette and smiled bitterly. Why are you driving so fast? I stayed up late last night to rank, so tired. Qin Fen also gave a bitter smile, and the two young men who didn't know each other walked to the side of the road to smoke. Those who witnessed the accident were all dumbfounded. Is this the script? Shouldn't we fight? Don't they feel sorry for it? How much did you pay for this car? It was sent from home. When Sumu saw Qin Fen asking this, he directly said that the car was a gift from his family. Oh. Qin Fen didn't ask any other questions. After all, the responsibility for this matter was entirely on him. Brother Su, how about this? I'll get someone to tow the car away. If you're free, I'll invite you to the bar to hang out. Qin Fen is having a party at Furniture Bar tonight, and Zhou Tsong and the others are there. Sure. When Sumu heard Qin Fen say this, he agreed immediately. They are all young people, so there is no generation gap in their conversation. Qin Fen is not as difficult to get along with as people say on the internet. On the contrary, he looks a little shy. Sumu knew Qin Fen because Qin Fen had said something very pretentious yet reasonable on the internet. If you can't afford Rafa when you're born, you'll never be able to afford it in your lifetime. It sounds arrogant, but actually, it makes sense. Unless you are a rich second generation, you really can't afford a Rafa worth 24 million. As for Sumu, he was an exception because he was cheating. In fact, the second generation of rich people are not always what everyone thinks they are, arrogant and domineering, looking down on others. In fact, most of the rich second generation have received the best education since childhood and have their own ideas and careers. The circle is very important. Sumu is not short of money now, and he also wants to integrate into the circle of Qin Fen and others. The passers-by who were watching the fun were also confused. But it's normal when you think about it. One is a LaFerrari worth 24 million, and the other is a Koenigsegg 1 worth 100 million. And, some sharp-eyed people recognized Qin Fen immediately. F***CK. That's awesome. Isn't that Qin Fen? I'm so envious. It turns out that rich people think alike. Lafayette, Koenigsegg. I probably won't be able to afford this kind of car in my lifetime. That guy driving the Koenigsegg looks so young. The second generation of rich people, what we treasure is just a toy car in their eyes. The passers-by around were naturally quite envious. Qin Fen called and asked someone to drive 2 tow trucks over, and within 5 minutes, another Bentley arrived. Sumu was also preparing to go to Future Bar with Qin Fen. This is the latest bar to open in Haidu and is also the largest bar in Haidu. There happens to be a party over there today, and Zhou Tsong is coming over too. I'll introduce him to you later. Qin Fen looked at Sumu and said with a smile. Sumu didn't say much. After all, he is Zhou Tsong, the son of the former richest man in China and one of the top second-generation rich people in the country. It would be a good thing for him to get to know him. Future Bar is not far from here. It is not even 9 o'clock yet and the bar has just started to open. Sumu is a young man after all, and he often goes to places like bars. But in the past, I just came here to dance or something, and as for consumption in the booths, it was only once or twice a year at most. Following Qin Fen, Sumu also came to an independent area on the second floor. There are a lot of people here, and the atmosphere is very lively. Come. Zhou Tsong was sitting in a booth, with 2 girls with internet celebrity faces sitting on his left and right. A well-known Chinese actor who changes girlfriends faster than he changes clothes. You may not believe it, but I crashed into a Koenigsegg 1 while driving. Qin Fen smiled bitterly and sat down next to Zhou Tsong while speaking. Sumu also sat down. Puff. Zhou Tsong was drinking, but when he heard Qin Fen say that, he spit it out. Don't be ridiculous. Is this true? Why am I teasing you? Well, let me introduce you to Sumu. The Koenigsegg 1-1 that I crashed into is his. After Qin Fan said this, Zhou Tsong's attitude towards Sumu changed a lot. At first, Zhou Tsong didn't take Sumu too seriously when he saw him. After all, he was young and dressed in ordinary clothes, so he thought Sumu was Qin Fan's follower. As a result, Qin Fan told him that Sumu was the owner of Koenigsegg 1-1. Hello, Zhou Tsong. Hello, Sumu. Zhou Tsong also greeted Sumu and poured him a glass of wine. Zhou Tsong may not be as rich as Qin Fan, but Zhou Tsong is much more famous than Qin Fan. As the only heir to Yida Group, Zhou Tsong is a veritable top second-generation rich. Although Yida Group has not been as successful as before in the past 2 years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and Yida Group's market value of trillions is no joke. Where is Su Xiao from? Zhou Tsong simply called Sumu young Master Su. After all, being able to drive a Koenigsegg 1-1 doesn't just require money. Locals from Haidu. Sumu raised the corners of his mouth and said with a slight smile. Oh. Zhou Tsong didn't ask any more questions. It was their first meeting and it was not a good idea to make it sound like someone checking their household registration. But the locals in Haidu. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan couldn't help but think about it. Are there any wealthy families in Haidu with the surname Su? No. After all, they were both considered top second-generation rich people in the country, and they had never seen Sumu before. But, come to think of it, anyone who can afford Koenigsegg 1-1 must be someone very important. There are more and more people in the bar. On the other hand, most people can't get up to the second floor. After all, a group of rich second generations from Haidu are having a party here today, and even the top rich second generations like Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan are here. At the bar, most people were stopped just to be on the safe side. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Sumu and Zhou Tsong gradually became familiar with each other. Brother Zhou, Brother Qin, I will have to rely on my 2 older brothers to take care of me from now on. Sumu is the youngest, only 20 years old this year. Zhou Tsong is the oldest, 32 years old. Qin Fan is also 30. One is 10 years older than him and the other is 12 years older than him. It doesn't hurt that Sumu calls them brother. I'm just calling you brother. If anything happens to you in the future, just come to me and you're welcome. Zhou Tsong almost slapped his chest and said. He also hugged the internet-famous girls on his left and right and said, let me tell you, don't look at Mr. Su's young age, but the car he drives is worth hundreds of millions. The 2 beauties around Zhou Tsong were not very old either. When they heard what Zhou Tsong said, they couldn't help but look at Sumu. Sumu is handsome, and in terms of appearance, there is no problem at all in beating the young talents in the entertainment industry. He is close to 185 and has a pretty good figure. Master Su, I respect you. The internet-famous girl on the left of Zhou Tsong also held a wine glass and saluted Sumu. Sumu took a sip from the wine glass and nodded in response. Xiaoyu, if any of your sisters are single, you should introduce them to our young Master Su haha. Zhou Tsong hugged the girl named Xiaoyu and looked at Sumu and said jokingly. That's great. I have a lot of single best friends. I'll call them all over when I have time. Xiaoyu is a small internet celebrity, and most of her best friends are also internet celebrities. When Sumu heard what they said, he also smiled slightly. That's great. If you fall in love, I'll treat you to dinner. Sumu said so, but he didn't think so in his heart. He is not Zhou Tsong, he prefers internet celebrity girls. Besides, this kind of internet-famous face is produced on the assembly line of a plastic surgery center. You can't tell what it will look like before you have plastic surgery. But Sumu still knew what to say on what occasion. Brother Zhou, Brother Qin, I'll go down and dance for a while. Sumu said hello to Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan, and went down to the dance floor to dance. Young people. How boring would it be to come to a bar just to drink? The dance floor of Future Bar is quite large, covering an area of more than 500 square meters. Hundreds of people can dance on the dance floor without feeling crowded. Sumu hasn't been to the bar for a long time to have fun, and since he's in a very excited mood now, he's also quite high. The lights in the bar were still relatively dim. Sumu danced around for a while, and when he came out of the dance floor and walked past the bar counter, he couldn't help but glance at it from the corner of his eye. A beautiful woman in formal attire, with long curly hair, a slim figure and delicate skin. Just looking at the side face, you can score more than 90 points. But she seems to be in trouble now. Sitting next to her were two middle-aged men who looked to be in their 30s, and they kept pouring wine into her. The woman obviously drank a little too much, and the blush on her face looked a bit charming. Chu Yao, manager of Haidu Qinghui Financial. She came out to accompany a client today. As a manager, her drinking capacity is quite good. But today, the two customers made it clear that they wanted to get her drunk. Although she drank a little too much and her consciousness gradually became blurry, she still understood her current situation. Just when Sumu walked past her just now, she also noticed Sumu. Chu Yao here also gritted her teeth, stood up directly, and staggered towards Sumu. Sumu was also stunned for a moment, but he still subconsciously reached out and hugged Chu Yao. "Hey, are you okay?" Sumu frowned. Chu Yao put her hands around Sumu's neck and whispered softly in Sumu's ear, "Save me." When Sumu heard what Chu Yao said, he understood what was going on. He looked at the two older young men sitting in front of the bar counter and hugged Chu Yao's waist without hesitation. "Damn it. Where does this pretty boy come from to dare to do bad things to me? Master Sure, just sit here and watch, I'll go over." As he spoke, one of the middle-aged men also stood up and walked towards Sumu. "Thank you." He glanced at Sumu and said thank you, but at the same time he reached out to take Chu Yao back. How could Sumu let such a man succeed? He hugged Chu Yao and took 2 steps back. "Who are you to her?" Sumu looked at the middle-aged man who drank too much and asked with a straight face. "I'm her brother. Who's her husband? Where's the brat coming from? Why are you meddling in your own business here?" The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted something towards Sumu. "Oh, really? What if I have to meddle in other people's business?" The corners of Sumu's mouth turned up, and he looked at the older young man who drank too much with interest and said, "Are you looking for a beating?" Hearing what Sumu said, the older young man who had drunk too much shouted directly, "Do you know who I am? You kid." Sumu held Chu Yao, who was gradually losing consciousness, with one hand, and directly picked up a beer bottle on the bar counter with the other hand. Without saying a word, he smashed it on the head of the older young man who drank too much. Bang! The beer bottle cracked open and glass shards flew everywhere. The older young man who drank too much had his head opened by a beer bottle in an instant, and blood flowed down his face. "I don't care who you are, fight first and then talk." Sumu snorted coldly. "Scaring me? Do you think I'm scared?" Clicking on Leisure Fishing, Sumu took a deep breath. The gray fishing button lit up, and Sumu did not hesitate and pressed the fishing button directly. Throw the club out after 2 or 3 seconds. Congratulations to the player for fishing a Thompson first floor, worth 20 billion yuan. A Thompson building. Sumu was also a little stunned. The most luxurious residential area in Haidu, with an average price of 300,000 renminbi per square meter. A large flat, 400 to 500 square meters, worth 100 to 200 million. A Thompson building. Is this the landlord who wants me to be rich? As far as Sumu knew, many wealthy people in Haidu with a net worth of tens of millions rented houses in Thompson Ipin. Why rent? Because I can't afford it. How can one afford a mansion worth 100 million or 200 million yuan when one is worth only 10 million yuan? Sumu looked around habitually, and sure enough, a large silver suitcase caught Sumu's attention. Just like the brown paper file bag containing the Koenigsegg 11 key, this large silver suitcase also suddenly appeared next to Sumu. Sumu walked to the suitcase and opened it excitedly. The file bags were full, each containing a property certificate and a bunch of keys. Sumu didn't count how many file bags there were, but a whole suitcase was filled with real estate certificates, and they were all real estate certificates for Thompson Ipin. The visual impact was quite shocking. After picking up a book at random and flipping through it, Sumu regained his composure. Owner, Sumu. Room 803, Building A, Thompson 1, Liazui Ring Road, Dongpu District, Haida City. Building area, M2 723.5, floor area within the unit, 600. There are 30 floors, and each floor has 3 households, for a total of 90 households. This building has super large apartment types, and the smallest apartment is over 700 square meters. The average price of a square meter of Tangchen Ipin is 300,000 renminbi. This house alone costs more than 200 million. No wonder it's worth 20 billion. Sumu flipped through a few property certificates, closed the suitcase, and murmured softly. Sumu was somewhat indifferent to the sudden tenfold increase in his net worth. These seemed to be nothing. After all, with leisure fishing, he fishes once a day, and it probably won't take long before the richest man in the country, even the richest man in the world, has to call him master, right? Sumu had even experienced time travel before, so this little thing was not enough to make him feel helpless. Sitting on the sofa, Sumu gradually felt a little sleepy. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shines into the suite. Chuyao turned over and stretched lazily. Chuyao hadn't drunk so much alcohol in a long time, and she slept very soundly that night. Slowly opening her eyes, when the unfamiliar environment came into Chuyao's eyes, she couldn't help but be stunned. Where is this? Why am I here? Last night, Shiyong talked to me about financial management, and then we went to Future Bar. I drank too much. Chuyao recalled what happened last night, but she didn't remember much about what happened after she drank too much. Sumu was sleeping uncomfortably on the sofa, and when he heard the noise he sat up. Are you awake? Sumu suddenly spoke, and Chuyao, who was lying on the bed, was startled. She huddled into the quilt, pulled it with her hands, and revealed her head. Who are you? Chuyao was still very alert. She was a girl who drank too much last night and was taken back to the hotel by a man. Who knows what happened last night? You were drunk, and your 2 friends wanted to take advantage of you. I saved you. Seeing Chuyao so alert, Sumu frowned slightly and said. And you? Chuyao looked at Sumu standing at the end of the bed and was also a little panicked. Since you're fine, I'll leave now. I'll pay for the room. See you again if we're destined to meet again. Sumu starts school today and he has to report to school. By the way, he also plans to deposit the property certificate of the suitcase in the bank. He looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. How could he have time to talk nonsense with Chuyao? Chuyao was also stunned. She rubbed her temples with her hands and looked at her intact clothes. She suddenly felt a headache. Well, I'll add you on WeChat. Chuyao sat up from the bed. She was so drunk last night that she couldn't remember anything that happened afterwards. But what Sumu just said about his 2 friends trying to take advantage of him should be true. She had also heard of Shiyong. I really shouldn't have agreed to go out drinking with him yesterday. All right. Sumu, carrying a suitcase, walked over to Chuyao and said, Girls, you should drink less. If it weren't for me yesterday, you would be like this now. As Sumu spoke, he handed the QR code of his WeChat business card to Chuyao. Chuyao added Sumu's WeChat and said awkwardly, My name is Chuyao. Thank you for last night. Chuyao looked at Sumu and said thank you sincerely. At least, it seems now that Sumu didn't do anything to her last night. Moreover, Sumu doesn't look very old, but with this appearance, there is no problem for him to crush all the young handsome guys in the entertainment industry. No need to thank me, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Sumu accepted Chuyao's friend request and walked out of the room directly with his suitcase. When coming down from upstairs, Sumu directly settled the room fee. Hello, 2 suites, a total of 8,800 yuan. Swipe your card. 8,800 yuan. If it had been before, Sumu would have been heartbroken. But now, he is worth more than 20 billion, so how could he still care about 8,800 yuan? After Sumu settled the room fee, he left the hotel directly. He didn't notice that there was a beautiful and elegant lady sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby, staring at him. As soon as Sumu left, she walked to the hotel front desk. Hello, miss. When the lady at the front desk saw Yen Ru coming over, she quickly stood up straight, bowed slightly towards her and greeted her. Yen Ru, this 5-star hotel is owned by her family. What's the name of that person just now? Yen Ru asked. Ah. Miss, please wait a moment. The lady at the front desk was also stunned for a moment, and soon, she looked at Yen Ru very respectfully and said, "Miss, his name is Su Mu. He came here with a lady named Chu Yao and booked 2 rooms last night." "Oh, okay." Yen Ru was holding her phone and took a look at a short video on her moments. Isn't it the scene where Su Mu heroically saves the beauty? Su Mu, he knows Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun. Who is he? Yen Ru frowned and murmured softly. Koenigsegg was towed to the repair shop. It was early in the morning, so Su Mu had no choice but to call a Didi car to pick him up. He starts school today and will report to school soon. As for the property certificate and keys of the suitcase, Su Mu also planned to keep them in the bank safe. First, safety. Second, it saves him from having to drag a suitcase full of property deeds around. Third, yesterday, Chen Jianping, the president of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Haidu, called him and asked if he had time to go to the head office. There were some things he needed to tell him in person. Go to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China headquarters in Haidu. Su Mu was not afraid of what Chen Jianping would do to him. After all, if he, as the general manager of a bank, really wanted to do something to him, he would have frozen Su Mu's bank card long ago. Moreover, when Chen Jianping called Su Mu yesterday, his attitude was really flattering. "Okay." The driver of the special car smiled and said jokingly, "Brother, you are going to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China headquarters with a suitcase. I'm afraid it's full of money, right?" Do I look like a rich man?" Su Mu also laughed and asked back. "That's true." The driver of the special car also smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything else. More than 20 minutes later, Su Mu walked towards the bank with a suitcase full of property certificates and keys. It was just past 9 o'clock and the bank had just opened, but after all, it was the head office of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Haida City, so there were still many people coming here to handle business. "Please take a number and queue up here." The lobby manager who was in charge of management also looked at Su Mu and pointed at the number-taking machine next to him. "I have an appointment with your President Chen. He should be here, right?" Su Mu looked at the lobby manager and said with a smile. Have you made an appointment with our President Chen?" The lobby manager also looked at Su Mu with some disbelief, mainly because Su Mu was not very old and looked to be in his early 20s. He's dressed very ordinary, and apart from being a little handsome, he doesn't look like a rich second generation. Su Mu responded without comment. "Then, wait a moment, I'll talk to the president." After all, Wang Weiyu is the lobby manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China head office in Haidu. He acts cautiously and it is impossible for him to do such a thing as judging people through the cracks in the door. Although Su Mu doesn't look like a rich second generation, what if he is? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of one. "Hello, President Chen, we have a gentleman here. He said he made an appointment with you yesterday." "Okay, I'll be right out. Don't neglect him. If you anger young Master Su, I won't be able to protect you." Chen Jianping stood up from his chair with a bang, and his voice became a little hurried. Wang Weiyu was also a little confused when he heard his bank president say this. "Mr. Su. Is it really him that the president made the appointment?" Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly didn't dare to say it out loud. Today's wealthy people, including many second-generation rich people, are actually very low-key. What if he is really a top-notch rich second generation? If I offend him, he can't afford it. As the president of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Haida City, Chen Jianping usually doesn't come to work so early. If he hadn't made an appointment with Su Mu last night to meet this morning, how could he possibly see him at this time? Su Mu's bank card is an exclusive account of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The level is so high that it is definitely not comparable to the common gold cards and black cards on the market. Let's put it this way, theoretically, Su Mu's bank card can be used for unlimited overdrafts. Since its establishment, ICBC has only issued 3 of these exclusive bank cards. The owners of the first 2 cards have such high status in Xia country that they can call the shots. As for the owner of the 3rd exclusive bank card, it is Su Mu. In fact, Chen Jianping knew a long time ago that Su Mu was the owner of the 3rd exclusive bank card. He also secretly investigated Su Mu's identity, but he was just an ordinary person. But Chen Jianping doesn't believe that ordinary people can own their most perverted exclusive bank cards. Yesterday, 2 billion in cash suddenly arrived in Su Mu's bank card, and Chen Jianping knew about it at the first time. He also confirmed his idea. Sumu is definitely not an ordinary person. 2 billion in cash. To anyone, this is not a small amount. Chen Jianping was also a little restless. He is 56 years old this year. If he cannot squeeze into the head office of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Xiaogua before retirement, that will be the best he can do. The appearance of Sumu also gave Chen Jianping hope of promotion. As long as he serves this person well, maybe he will have a chance to get a position in the head office. Chen Jianping also ran out jogging all the way. Although he had warned Wang Weiyu not to offend Sumu, he was still a little worried. If he accidentally offended Sumu, and if the forces behind Sumu got angry, not to mention Wang Weiyu, even he would be in trouble. "Mr. Su, you're here so early." Chen Jianping spotted Sumu in the crowd at a glance, and he looked the same as in the file. "Hello, President Chen." Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and greeted Chen Jianping with a slight smile. In fact, Sumu didn't know what was going on. After all, Chen Jianping is the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Haida City. Even if he has 2 billion in cash in his bank account, it is probably nothing in front of him, right? He is the general manager of a bank and looks to be in his 50s or 60s. Is it necessary for him to lick me like this? Sumu thought this in his heart, but he naturally couldn't say it out loud. Moreover, his current mentality can no longer be the loser mentality he had before. After all, in addition to the 2 billion in the account, the suitcase he was pulling was full of the property certificate and keys of Thompson one worth 20 billion. Chen Jianping walked in front and Sumu followed behind Chen Jianping. Wang Weiyu also came up to help Sumu carry the suitcase. Sumu smiled slightly. "No need, I can do it myself." Wang Weiyu had his hand out for the suitcase, but when he heard Sumu say that, he quickly pulled his hand back. He didn't dare to disobey Sumu's wishes, and he glanced at the suitcase in Sumu's hand. "I'm afraid there are valuables in this box." Wang Weiyu couldn't help but think so in his heart. Manager Rao Zi is Wang Weiyu's assistant. She originally had something to discuss with Wang Weiyu, but when she saw Wang Weiyu here, she walked up to him and greeted him. "Zi, come with us." Chen Jianping turned around and saw that it was Rao Zi. He also told her to come over. Sumu has come here with great difficulty, so he has to find someone to take care of him. Rao Zi is a graduate student who just graduated this year. She is young, beautiful, and has a great temperament. The most important thing is that girls are attentive, so it would definitely be better to have her come over and serve tea and water than to have Wang Weiyu do it, right? Ah. Okay. The president has spoken, how dare she not listen? Rao Zi glanced at Sumu who was pulling the suitcase, and was somewhat curious about Sumu's identity. Who is this young man? Why did the president of the bank personally meet him? Although Rao Zi had just graduated, this was the head office of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Haidu after all. There are so many wealthy people who can do business here. To put it bluntly, the people she receives now are all bigwigs worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. She had never seen anyone so young who could be received by the bank president himself. "Zi, go make a pot of tea." Chen Jianping took out his treasured premium Longjing tea from under his bookcase. "Good." Rao Zi agreed immediately. Wang Weiyu was also waiting on the side. Although he didn't know Sumu's identity, based on Chen Jianping's attitude towards Sumu, he knew that Sumu was not simple. "Mr. Su, I actually have nothing else to ask you to come here for today." As Chen Jianping spoke, he took out a black and gold bank card. This is a limited edition black gold card issued by our bank this year. No more than 5 people in the entire Haida city own it. I hope young Master Su can accept it. What Chen Jianping did is undoubtedly icing on the cake, but it is much better than him doing nothing. Sumu remained calm. Now that his worth is different and he has the recreational fishing that allows him to fish for everything, his mentality has naturally changed. "Then I'll take it." Sumu was not polite and directly put the black gold card into his pocket. He didn't know that his original bank card was actually more powerful. There were no more than 5 people in the country who had their own bank card. "By the way, can you help me open a safe in your place? I want a bigger one." Sumu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and patted the suitcase lightly. "There are some things to store." Oh, sure, no problem. Chen Jianping also glanced at the suitcase. In fact, he saw the suitcase in Su Mu's hand from the very beginning. When Chen Jianping heard Su Mu say that he wanted to open a safe deposit box in their bank, he naturally agreed. Mr. Su, please have some tea. Rao Zi brought Su Mu a cup of tea, with her waist slightly bent and her attitude quite respectful. Thanks. Su Mu reached out and took the teacup from Rao Zi, and said thank you politely. When Rao Zi heard Su Mu say thank you to her, she felt a little honored. After all, young Master Su is a rich young man who even their bank president has to serve respectfully. Rao Zi stood aside, not daring to look at Su Mu for too long. But she began to have wild thoughts. Mr. Su is really handsome. Young and low-key. Su Mu took a sip of tea, looked at Chen Jianping and said, good tea. If you like it, young Master Su, I have half a pound left. I'll give it to you, young Master Su. Chen Jianping said with a smile. He bought this premium Longjing tea from an exhibition. Premium Longjing tea worth 1 or 200,000 yuan must be a good tea. That's not necessary. A gentleman doesn't take away what others love. Besides, I don't really like drinking tea. Su Mu looked at Chen Jianping and smiled. President Chen, I have something else to do. Let's go store the things first. We can talk later when we have time. Okay. When Chen Jianping heard Su Mu say this, he stood up and made a gesture of invitation to Su Mu. There is an underground vault at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China head office in Haidu. It is the savings vault of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Haidu. If an ordinary person were to do safe deposit business in Haidu, Chen Jianping would not have to take him to the safe deposit box in the underground vault. But if it's Su Mu, that's another matter. Su Mu has an exclusive bank card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Although his information may seem ordinary on the surface, his true identity behind the scenes is probably terrifying enough to kill people. Chen Jianping originally wanted to curry favor with Su Mu, so how could he miss this opportunity? Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi followed behind him, but they were also curious. Wasn't the bank safe on the 10th floor? Chen Jianping led Su Mu and the others towards the interior of the bank building. Although Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi are internal staff of the bank, they have never been here before. Wang Weiyu frowned slightly, remembering something. He remembered hearing someone mention before that there was an impregnable underground vault 30 floors underground in their bank. He used to think it was fake because he had never been to any underground vault in his 5 years of employment. Chen Jianping led Su Mu to an elevator room inside the bank building. This elevator is generally not used by ordinary employees. Only a few senior executives can use this elevator. Wang Weiyu glanced at the buttons on the elevator, but he didn't see the button for the negative floors. However, Chen Jianping covered the buttons on the elevator with his hands and quickly pressed a dozen numbers. Just when Su Mu and Wang Weiyu were curious about Chen Jianping's operation, the elevator started directly. Not up, but down. You two, keep quiet. Chen Jianping explained the matter to Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi in front of Su Mu. Okay, President. Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi also responded quickly. As for Su Mu, he also smiled slightly. He understood that Chen Jianping was not talking to them. He was clearly asking him not to make it public. Although Su Mu is young, he understands the principles. He still knew clearly in his heart what should be said and what should not be said. 4 people stood in the elevator, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. However, the main reason was that Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi were very nervous. It was their first time as internal employees to visit the secret underground vault of their own bank. When the elevator stopped, Chen Jianping walked in front and said with a smile, "This is the 30th floor underground. This is probably the safest vault in the world. The entire 30 underground floors are surrounded by steel plates with a thickness of 3 meters. If Chen Jianping hadn't led the way, no one else would have thought of coming here. So big." Rao Zi was also shocked when she walked out of the elevator. Su Mu was okay, the expression on his face was quite natural, but he was naturally shocked in his heart. It is indeed worthy of being called the first in the universe. Su Mu sighed in his heart. Here Chen Jianping leads the way and passes 3 checkpoints along the way. Each checkpoint has a steel wall with a thickness of 5 meters blocking the road. As for the verification password, it is Chen Jianping's irises. Master Su, please. The last steel door opened, and we finally reached the underground vault. Wow. Behind him, Rao Zi and Wang Weiyu were all stunned. My eyes are straight. Even though Rao Zi tried very hard to endure it, she still couldn't hold back a scream in the end. As far as the eye can see, the underground vault covers an area of at least 2,000 square meters. The key is that the storage cabinets made of tempered glass frames on both sides are filled with cash. Master Su, there is 1 billion in cash stored in each storage cabinet here, and there are 200 billion in cash stored in the underground vault. Chen Jianping gave Sumu a brief introduction. Sumu was a little better. As for Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi, even though they were internal bank staff, they felt a little weak in their legs at this time. This is not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing is yet to come. Following Chen Jianping, after everyone passed through 200 billion in cash, the golden gold came into view. I have 30% of the country's gold reserves, about 700 tons of gold. As Chen Jianping spoke, he was also observing the changes in Sumu's expression. However, although Sumu was shocked inside, his expression did not change much from beginning to end. Although there is a lot of gold and money here, it is the wealth that belongs to the country and the people after all, so what does it have to do with him? Besides, he wasn't envious either. His account balance is 2 billion, and he also owns a Thompson first-grade building worth 20 billion, so there is no need to envy him. The wealth he possesses is enough for him to live a luxurious life. Sure enough, young Master Su's identity is definitely not simple. Chen Jianping can achieve the position of president of Haidu Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and his scheming skills are unparalleled by others. Master Su, the safe is over here. Chen Jianping led Sumu to the center of the treasury. There is a separate special area here, but there are only 5 separate safes. There are still many rich people in Haida City, but not just any rich person can store things in the safe here. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the entire Sea City is destroyed, this place will probably be safe, right? After all, there is really no one left with this defense. I feel like killing a chicken with a knife, haha. Sumu smiled awkwardly. He is not storing any precious national treasures, just some property certificates. Is it necessary to keep them here? Haha, that's true. Chen Jianping also smiled awkwardly and said. Sumu opened the suitcase in his hand, and Rao Zi, who was standing beside him, took a curious look at it. It's just some property certificates. I find it troublesome to drag them around. Sumu opened the suitcase and put it on the ground, smiling and said. All right. Just some real estate certificates. Rao Zi was completely stunned. The property certificate and keys in a suitcase turned out to be just some. Well, this is a good use. Rao Zi couldn't help but complain with envy in her heart. How expensive is the housing price in Haidu now? Young people living in Haidu all kneel down when they see the housing prices. Ordinary ones cost around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per square meter, while expensive ones cost over 100,000 yuan per square meter. 200,000 to 300,000 yuan per square meter is also normal. It would be nice if I had one set. Rao Zi didn't know that these were all the property certificates of Thompson 1. If she knew, she would definitely not have dared to think like that just now. Mr. Su, the things need to be registered. Before Chen Jianping came, he asked Rao Zi to bring a computer over. After all, no one wants to make any mistakes when they are with us. Yes, sure. Registration is a matter of course, Sumu nodded and said. Rao Zi quickly turned on the computer, and Sumu took out a file bag. Just remember them briefly. They are all houses in Thompson Ipin. The property certificates for the entire building, Building A, are all here. After Sumu said this, even Chen Jianping couldn't remain calm. It would be fine if they were property certificates for other residential areas in Haidu, but the key point is, these are all property certificates for Thompson Ipin. Having said that, the bank is still very cautious and takes photos of every property certificate for their records. Sumu directly gave this task to Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi. It took almost 10 minutes just to register the property here, and Sumu also sorted out all the property certificates. Please help me put it down. Sumu looked at the 3 people around him, then squatted down and took out more than a dozen file bags. Wang Weiyu was the first to react. He stepped forward and took them from Sumu, then put them neatly into the safe one by one. As for Rao Zi, she would glance at Sumu from time to time. His face was flushed, as if he had drunk red wine. There are 90 property certificates for the entire building, all of which belong to Thomson Epine. Moreover, all of them are large flats with an area of more than 700 square meters. Living in Haidu, it is impossible not to know what Thomson Epine means. The housing price is 300,000 yuan per square meter. Houses like Sumu's would cost 200 to 300 million yuan, right? A building worth 20 billion. He's so young, he probably doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? Rao Zi couldn't help but think like this in her heart, and her ears turned red. Yes, for a boy, owning a house of 50 to 60 square meters in Shanghai is considered excellent. As for owning a house in Thomson First Class, that makes one a wealthy person in China. As for a building, what is that? Super rich. The point is, I don't think much of this building. After coming out of the bank, Sumu took a DD car directly back to school. Koenigsegg was sent to the repair shop and won't be back for a while. But even if he came back, Sumu didn't plan to be so high profile. As for showing off, it depends on who you are with. Most of the people in the school are ordinary people, so there is no need to be too high profile. In the bank, after Sumu left, Rao Zi was also a little dazed. Manager, tell me, who is Mr. Su? Rao Zi looked at Wang Weiyu and asked in a low voice. I also want to know this question. Wang Weiyu smiled awkwardly. At first I almost didn't offend Mr. Su, he is too low-key, a suitcase of real estate certificates, any one of them is a large flat in Thomson Epine worth 200 or 300 million. I'm so jealous. Manager, look, is this Mr. Su? Rao Zi is holding her phone. There is a very popular short video on Douyin. In less than 24 hours after it was released, it has been played more than 1 million times. Really? Young Master Su is friends with Zhou Tsung and Qin Fun. He is indeed a top second-generation rich man. Wang Weiyu was watching the short Douyin video and murmured softly. Haidu University, school starts today. Although Sumu has wealth that ordinary people cannot earn in several lifetimes, he still has to go to school. Money has a price, but knowledge is priceless. Sumu's attitude towards learning is still quite positive. But, it seems that Sumu was just a poor student before. According to his memory, Sumu also found his dormitory in the school. But he had no plans to return to live in the dormitory. Although the relationship among the boys in the dormitory was pretty good, he felt that he could indeed make his life more fulfilling. The dormitory is not big, only about 30 to 40 square meters, and there are 6 people living in it. The eldest brother, Du Kong, is the oldest, 23 years old this year. He seems a little dull and is the introverted type. The second son, Zhu Yuan, is 21 years old this year. He has a strong character, but he is also handsome and very popular with girls. Sumu is the third child in the class. Needless to say, he is handsome. There is no one in the whole school who is more handsome than him. He has a somewhat cold personality. Although many girls have a crush on him, Sumu seems to dislike women and doesn't even look at them. But, in fact, Sumu was a little insecure because of family reasons. Sumu had just walked downstairs to the dormitory building when he met Wang Xinyu, who was taking out the trash. The fourth student in the dormitory came from a well-off family. I heard him say several times that his family opened a private school in the local area and could earn tens of thousands of yuan a year. However, Wang Xinyu has a good personality and is quite thoughtful. In the dormitory, Sumu has the best relationship with Wang Xinyu. Third brother, you're finally back. You didn't answer my calls, didn't reply to my messages. I thought something had happened to you. As soon as Wang Xinyu saw Sumu, he threw the garbage directly into the trash can and put his arm on Sumu's shoulder. Third brother, shall we go for a drive tonight? Did you buy a car? Aha. Look. Wang Xinyu pulled out a car key from his trouser pocket. BMW 5 Series, top configuration, about 1 million. Sure. Sumu raised the corners of his mouth and said with a slight smile. I was planning to buy a Porsche, but my old man won't give me the money. Wang Xinyu sighed, I had to beg him to buy me this one. Very good. The expression on Sumu's face didn't change much. He patted Wang Xinyu on the shoulder, and the two of them walked and talked as they went upstairs. The dormitory number is 8B211, it is on the second floor, and it is convenient to go up and down the stairs. Third brother. At the dormitory door, the fifth child Jing Yun and the sixth child Zhou Su were washing clothes. When they saw Sumu coming back, they greeted him with a smile. Sumu nodded and walked into the dormitory. Big brother, second brother, what are you two looking at? Sumu saw Du Kong and Zhu Yuan gathered together, as if they were watching some shameful video. Sumu also walked forward and greeted him. Old third, come and take a look. Is this person you? Zhu Yuan pointed at the video on Douyin, in which Sumu was holding Chuyao with one hand and opening the drunk man's mouth with a beer bottle with the other hand, and asked. Sumu just took a look and said with a slight smile, he looks quite similar to me. More than alike, they look exactly like each other. Du Kong also said something. Yeah, that's awesome. If Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen hadn't come out later, I would have really thought it was you, the third brother. Zhu Yuan was also very excited. After not seeing him for a summer vacation, he looked much stronger. His skin is much darker than before. Brother, I haven't seen you for a whole summer. Where have you been? How come you've grown so much stronger? Sumu looked at Zhu Yuan and changed the subject directly. Well, my cousin opened a gym, and I go there every day to work out. Look at my biceps, and my triceps. Look at my dark skin, damn, let me see who else says I am a fresh meat. Zhu Yuan has a strong personality, but she used to be very pretty and had a fairer complexion than most girls. People who are not familiar with him think he is a young and handsome guy. But in fact, he hates it most when people say he is a fresh meat, he will feel insulted. Not bad, not bad. Sumu nodded and said with a smile. By the way, third brother, the League of Legends finals will be held at the Haida City Stadium this Saturday. Are you going to watch it? Wang Xinyu looked at Sumu and asked. There are 6 people in the dormitory. Except for the eldest brother Du Kong, who doesn't play games, the other 5, including Sumu, play games. As a team competition game, League of Legends has been quite popular in the past 2 years. The 5 of us in the dormitory often play against each other, but it really is true that when 5 of us play together in an internet cafe, we never win. Really? I can go and watch it, but I guess it's hard to get a ticket, right? Sumu thought about it and decided that he had nothing to do on Saturday, so going to watch the game would be a good choice. That's true. The tickets for the RNG vs IG finals were sold out a long time ago. Although Wang Xinyu was rich, he didn't get a single ticket. But it's okay. I can just buy it from scalpers. It may be a bit more expensive, but at least I can get the tickets. After Wang Xinyu said this, Sumu didn't say anything. The counselor here sent a notice in the group asking everyone to gather in the classroom, and the 6 people in the dormitory also walked towards the teaching building together. University life is quite comfortable. And boys are not like girls, and dormitory life is relatively harmonious. Although there are occasional minor frictions, it is generally not an overnight feud. The 6 people in Sumu's dormitory have a good relationship with each other, so they can be considered a model dormitory. There were a lot of people in the class. Sumu majored in bioengineering. There were 5 classes in one department, with 30 people in each class, a total of 150 people. The large classroom can seat 200 people. The counselor held a meeting, and students from one department came over. Wang Xinyu is more popular than before, mainly because now students in the entire department know that he drives a BMW 5 Series to school. The aura of the rich second generation is still a bonus. As for Sumu, he still attracts the attention of girls. After all, who made him handsome? As for Zhu Yuan, all the girls in the department screamed as soon as she entered the door. The changes are so great. Don't even worship me. Zhu Yuan pressed it with his hand, walked in with his chest held high and his head held high. The counselor's meeting was nothing serious. It was just to talk about some requirements for the new semester and sign in and roll call. In about half an hour, the class meeting here ended, and everyone was ready to leave. Zhou Su was the first to run away. This guy was the first to leave the dormitory. His girlfriend had just sent him a message urging him to do so. Let's go, can I invite everyone to dinner? Sumu said looking at everyone. What's going on? Third brother, are you rich? Yeah, school has just started. Why do you want to invite me to dinner? Something good will happen. Actually, it's nothing. I'm planning to live off campus this semester. I rented a house near the school. As soon as Sumu said these words, everyone in the dormitory was stunned. What's going on? Okay, why do you suddenly think of moving out? Lao-san, are we usually? Dukong looked at Sumu and didn't know what to say. But Sumu naturally understood what Dukong meant. Boss, don't think too much. It's not your fault, it's my own. Some things are hard to say now, but you will understand later. Sumu also explained with a smile. Besides, if you have nothing to do, you can come and sleep at my place. When Sumu said this, several people nodded. I said, third brother, why are you wasting that money if you have nothing to do? Wang Xinyu also frowned, looked at Sumu and said, but it's okay, third brother, are you secretly in love behind our backs? Sumu. At noon, Sumu treated them to a meal at a restaurant near the school. In the afternoon, he also directly bought a house near the school. 81,000 square meters, 300 square meters of finely decorated large flat floor, the full payment was 24 million. When I was buying a house, the salesperson was also shocked and speechless. After all, Sumu looked about the age of a college student. 24 million, still the full amount. You don't even blink when you swipe your card. I bought a fully furnished room that you can move in with your bags. Just as he was about to take a good rest at night, Chuyao sent him a letter. Thank you for last night. By the way, if you are free tonight, I will treat you to dinner. Chuyao also saw the video on Douyin today, and she knew exactly what happened. She had no other intention, she just wanted to treat Sumu to a meal and thank him for saving her yesterday. Sumu thought that there was nothing to do at night, and Chuyao was a rare beauty, so he immediately agreed. Okay. Sumu replied. Okay, I'll book a private room and let you know later. When Chuyao saw Sumu saying yes, she quickly went to Jiwei building to book a private room. Ziweilu. The prices there are not cheap. When Sumu saw the private room message Chuyao sent him, he also murmured something. Ziweilu is the best Chinese restaurant in Haidu and even in the whole country. The founder of Ziweilu is said to be from a family of imperial chefs, so the food is indeed very good. As for consumption, it is naturally not low. The average per capita consumption is around 2,000 to 3,000, which is considered top-level consumption in Shanghai. After all, a casual meal would cost at least 10,000 to 8,000 yuan. Apart from the second-generation rich, who can afford it? As for ordinary people, who can afford it? Okay, I got it. Sumu looked at the time and arranged a special car to go there. It's really inconvenient not having a car. Sumu smiled bitterly. When he bought the house today, he directly bought 30 underground parking spaces. A parking space costs 500,000 yuan, and these 30 parking spaces alone cost him another 15 million yuan. I have a parking space, but I don't know when I can go fishing with this car. As for his Koenigsegg 11, he didn't plan to keep it anymore. Although the collision was not too severe, it was a collision after all. For him who has the skills of a driving god, this car is a stain on him. Brother Tsong, are you interested in my Koenigsegg 11? Last night, Sumu also added Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen as friends. After thinking about it, he decided to sell the car. Anyway, he is not short of money and can buy other supercars. As for the Koenigsegg 11, firstly, it is his stain, and secondly, it is indeed a bit too ostentatious. Mr. Su, are you planning to sell your Koenigsegg? Zhou Tsong also replied to the message within seconds. If it were someone else, Zhou Tsong might not take it so seriously. But Su Mu's words are another matter. Yes, Brother Tsong, if you want it, I'll sell it to you for 50 million. Su Mu directly sold it at half the price, 50 million. If it were any other supercar that had been in an accident, it would probably be impossible to sell it even if it was only half depreciated. But this is Koenigsegg 11. Only 6 units are available worldwide. Worth hundreds of millions. Even if there was a car accident, the damage to the car was not particularly serious. Let alone 50 million, even if it was 100 million, in fact, as long as you take action, you will definitely be able to sell it. Really want to sell? Sincere. Okay. Wait a minute. Zhou Tsong must be moved. As the most high-profile second-generation rich man in the country, his love for luxury cars is obvious to all. He once had the idea of a Koenigsegg, but he couldn't buy it. Furthermore, the price is really too expensive. If he really bought a supercar worth 100 million, his old man would probably scold him to death. However, after Sumu said this, Zhou Tsong didn't even think about it and agreed directly. In just 10 minutes, Zhou Tsong asked Sumu for his bank account. Master Su, I will transfer 10 million to you first, and I will give you the remaining 40 million in 2 days. Okay, you can give it to me anytime. By the way, Brother Tsong, the car is at the repair shop, you can just drive it back. Sumu checked his bank account and saw that 10 million yuan had indeed been deposited into his account, so he sent a message in reply. As for Zhou Tsong, he directly posted 7 or 8 of his luxury cars on his WeChat Moments. Well, I'm short of money. I want to sell a few cars. The price is negotiable, but it must be paid in full. If you're interested, please private message me. Zhou Tsong's circle of friends, well, are basically all rich second generations. The cars he put up for sale were all very good, with an average price of around 5 or 6 million. F***CK. Master Tsong, what's wrong with you? If you need money, just tell me. There's no need to sell the car, right? That's right, Master Tsong, are you in any trouble? Master Tsong, this Bentley is great. How much is it? I want it. Chu Yao knew that Sumu was not an ordinary person. She invited Sumu to dinner to thank him for saving her life last night, so naturally she couldn't just choose a restaurant randomly. Zuelu is considered the best Chinese restaurant in Shanghai and even in the whole country. Although the cost is a bit expensive, she can still afford it. He looks no more than 20 years old, but he's quite manly. Chu Yao has already arrived at the private room. She is watching a short video on Douyin on her phone. Sumu held the tipsy himself in one hand, and with the other hand he took the beer bottle and directly cracked the beer on the men brought by Shishao. He looked so handsome. Chu Yao doesn't actually worship violence, but Sumu in the video did attract her. He's also very handsome. He must have a lot of girls chasing after him, right? Chu Yao couldn't help but think so in her heart. Sumu also came to Ji Wei building. Led by the waiter, Sumu arrived at the door of the private room booked by Chu Yao. Actually, you don't have to treat me to a meal. After all, anyone would come forward to deal with something like that. When Sumu saw Chu Yao sitting there in a daze and walked into the private room, he spoke directly. Chu Yao was daydreaming just now when she suddenly heard Sumu's voice. She raised her neck and head and smiled at Sumu. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. You saved my life last night, so it's only right for me to treat you to a meal. As Chu Yao spoke, she also stood up. Since Chu Yao had said so, Sumu naturally couldn't say anything more. What do you want to eat? It's my treat. You're welcome. As the manager of a financial company, Chu Yao has quite good financial strength. When business was good, her monthly income was around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, which was considered high income in Haidu. Although the cost of eating at Zuelu is high, she can still afford it. Then I won't be polite to you. Sumu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, glanced at Chu Yao and said softly. Although you're welcome, Sumu didn't order any particularly expensive dishes. He's a grown man, he wouldn't cheat a girl out of her meal, right? Chu Yao took a look at the dishes ordered by Sumu, and then ordered a bottle of 2010 Lafite. You can drink a lot, right? When Sumu heard Chu Yao wanted red wine, he did not forget to tease Chu Yao. That's right, I was drunk by 2 men with bad intentions last night. Today, I took the initiative to drink. That depends on who I'm drinking with. If it's another man, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But if it's you, do you believe that I'll get drunk after just 1 drink? Chu Yao could tell Sumu was teasing her, but she was a strong woman in the workplace after all, so she was not the type to be teased by Sumu. She looked at Sumu and smiled slightly, blinking her eyes. The expression on her face made people feel intoxicated. Don't get drunk after just 1 glass of wine. I was too tired last night. Besides, if you let me hesitate between being a beast and worse than a beast, Sumu sat closer to Chu Yao, lowered his head and leaned close to Chu Yao's ear, and blew gently into Chu Yao's ear. I'm not Lu Xiaohui, I really want to do something beastly. Chu Yao didn't expect that Sumu looked young, but his words were quite tempting. You won't. Chu Yao's eyes were bright and she stared at Sumu's face and spoke softly. You think too much. Sumu smiled slightly, but he also sat up straight. If you drink too much today, the cleaners might find you sleeping on the street tomorrow morning. Sumu's expression did not change, the corners of his mouth turned up, and his naughty smile looked quite charming. However, Sumu couldn't help but murmur in his heart, it turns out that I am so good at talking dirty. Ah, you. When Chu Yao heard what Sumu said, she bit her lip and pretended to be a little angry, but she still looked a little pitiful. Are you willing to give it up? What am I reluctant to give up? Then why did you last night? That's because I. Between the questions and answers, Sumu seemed to be somewhat defeated. Fortunately, the waiter came into the room with the dishes, and Sumu changed the subject directly. The dishes are here, I'm hungry. Chu Yao couldn't help laughing when she saw Sumu being humiliated. By the way, you are a girl, go out alone, drink less. While Sumu was picking up some food for himself, he looked at Chu Yao and said, you can't always be so lucky and meet someone as righteous as me. After Sumu said this, Chu Yao also remained silent. She doesn't want this to happen, but people have to survive. Yesterday, Mr. Shi was my big client. He invested 5 million in my financial management fund. You, a rich second generation, don't understand us ordinary people. How do you say that? It is easy to be born, easy to live, but not easy to live. Chu Yao sighed, then smiled slightly. Let's not talk about that. At least, I'm living a pretty good life now, right? Are you in the investment and financial management business? While eating, Sumu looked at Chu Yao and asked. Well, let me formally introduce you. The person sitting in front of you is Chu Yao, the business manager of Haida Qinghui Financial Investment Company. Chu Yao was still very optimistic. She raised the red wine glass in her hand and toasted Sumu. You said that if I invested 5 million in your financial management, I would be considered a big client. Sumu curled his lips and said with some disdain, then your big customer is too worthless, right? That's not the case. In fact, the Mr. Shi we met last night is quite rich. His family owns a coal mine and his net worth is over 1 billion. When Chu Yao heard Sumu say this, she also explained. A coal boss worth more than $1 billion can be considered a big customer, right? Chu Yao looked at Sumu and asked softly. So how much do you think I'm worth? Sumu put down his chopsticks, turned his head and stared into Chu Yao's eyes and said. As for you, I think you are just a fox who takes advantage of the tiger's power. Chu Yao initially thought that Sumu might be a rich young man, but after a conversation, she always felt that Sumu was lacking something. She thought about what Sumu was wearing last night, and even though he knew Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan, that didn't mean Sumu was also a top second-generation rich man. Well, actually, I'm a sophomore student. Last night, Master Tsong held a party on the second floor, and I was dragged over to make up the crowd. Sumu didn't directly tell Chu Yao that he was worth hundreds of billions, which was dozens of times more than the coal boss she mentioned. That's what I told you. Looks like I guessed it all right. Chu Yao called out in a somewhat naive manner. You're only a sophomore? Hey, handsome Sumu, do you have any intention of living off your wife? Chu Yao moved closer, and her originally steady breathing became rapid. No, the doctor told me that I have a good appetite and can eat big meals and chew on hard food. Sumu chuckled and said, looking at Chu Yao's blushing face. A bottle of Lafite is just the right amount for 2 people. Although Chu Yao is a girl, most boys can't drink as much as she can. I called a designated driver for you. Since you've been drinking, don't drive. At the entrance of Ji Wei building, Sumu looked at Chu Yao and spoke softly. How did you know I drove here? Chu Yao also asked curiously. Guess. Sumu was indeed guessing, but the fact that Chu Yao invited him to have dinner at Zuelu showed that she was financially well off and it was normal for her to have a car. You guessed it right. Chu Yao pursed her lips. How about you come with me? No, I have something else to do later. Sumu refused straightforwardly. Oh well. There was a flash of panic in Chu Yao's eyes, and she didn't know what she was doing. Is it because I've been single for too long that I even have feelings for a sophomore? Chu Yao shook her head, trying not to let her mind wander. Sumu asked the designated driver to send Chu Yao back, and then he got a special car to go back. It's not that Sumu has no feelings for Chu Yao, but he is not that kind of casual person. Besides, Sumu really has no idea in this regard now. After returning home, Sumu lay on the sofa and watched TV for a while comfortably. The 300 square meter mansion was worth more than 20 million yuan, and Sumu bought it without blinking an eye. This would have been something that we would never have dared to think about before. Mr. Su, you're not going to sell the Koenigsegg to Mr. Tsong. Qin Fun had just learned that Sumu sold the Koenigsegg to Zhou Tsong at a price of 50 million yuan, half sold and half given away. Brother Qin, what's wrong? Oh my God. You should come to me. I can offer you 80 million. Otherwise, you can sell the car to me. Qin Fun was almost drooling with envy. Koenigsegg 1-1. He couldn't find a single luxury car in his garage that could compare to this one. I have already promised Master Tsong. Sumu also smiled bitterly. Brother Qin, I'm so sorry, this is not a question of money. Really? For Sumu now, the difference between 50 million and 80 million is actually not that big. It's just 30 million, there's no need for him to change what he promised. That's right. Mr. Su, if there is such a good thing next time, you must think of me first. As a top second-generation rich man, Qin Fun naturally likes to collect world-class luxury cars. He doesn't care about other supercars, but the Koenigsegg 1-1, which is limited to only 6 units worldwide. Even if he has money, he can't buy it. This is natural. Sumu hung up Qin Fun's phone and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was still early in the morning, and Sumu played a few games of League of Legends with a few people in the dormitory. No more playing, it's getting late and I have to go to school tomorrow. Third brother, is that so? This is not your style. Wang Xinyu felt a little unsatisfied. I'm too tired today. Let's rest early. It's time to get off. Sumu also stepped out and looked at the time. It was just 5 minutes past midnight. Start fishing. Sumu was still a little excited. When I clicked on Leisure Fishing on my phone, the fishing button also turned from gray to bright. Just click the fishing button and throw the rod out. A few seconds later. Congratulations to the player for catching a Lamborghini Veneno, worth 120 million. Puff. Sumu couldn't help but laugh. Just now he was thinking in his mind, if there is any car that can compare with Koenigsegg, it must be Lamborghini Veneno. Also a limited edition, only 3 Lamborghini Venenos were released at the beginning, and the price was around 20 million. Later, it was sought after by wealthy people all over the world, and 9 more were produced. Even so, there are only these 12 poison trucks in the world. What does it mean to have a price but no market? At this time last year, someone offered 120 million on the black market to buy a Lamborghini Veneno. But unfortunately, no one is willing to resell their collection of Lamborghini Venenos. After all, who is not a billionaire if he has the ability to afford poison? No one cares about that 1 or 200 million. It's awesome. Sumu already had the key to the Lamborghini Veneno in his hand. With his heart pounding, he took a photo for Qin Fun and Zhou Tsong. Lamborghini. Master Su, don't tell me that the reason you sold the Koenigsegg is because you have another poison. Aha. Sumu responded without comment. On the other side, Qin Fun and Zhou Tsong were both stunned. I knew that Sumu was not a simple person, but I never expected that Sumu's background and identity would be so great. Owning a limited edition Koenigsegg 1-1 is fine, but this Lamborghini Veneno is also a top-notch supercar that even they can't get. F***CK. Mr. Su, are you selling this car? Qin Fun didn't think about anything else but buying a car from Sumu. Brother Qin, how can I sell the car I just picked up? Sumu also responded directly to Qin Fun. I'll pay 200 million, sell it to me. Qin Fun was not giving up. When he heard Sumu say that this was a new car he had just bought, Qin Fun did not hesitate and directly offered a price of 200 million. Brother Qin, let's do this. I'll play for a few days, and then you can pay me the original price, 120 million. I don't want a penny more. Sumu has said so, what else can Qin Fun say? Well, it's a deal. You can't sell this car to anyone except me. Rest assured. Although Sumu also loves supercars, he is not as obsessed as Chin Fun. Moreover, Sumu thinks that supercars are meant to be driven, and there is not much point in collecting them. Besides, Sumu likes to try different kinds of supercars. Although the Lamborghini Veneno is good, if he gets tired of driving it, he will just throw it away. In this case, he might as well give Chin Fun some face. Since we can befriend Chin Fun and earn 120 million, why not do it? Sumu was also feeling a little sleepy, so he lay on the bed, set the alarm, and went straight to sleep. The next morning at around 8 o'clock, Sumu was also woken up by the alarm clock. He had class at 9:30 this morning. After a quick wash, Sumu walked towards the school. The community where he lives is just opposite the school, very close. Besides, he had no intention of driving a supercar into the campus to show off. Unless it is really necessary, he thinks it is better to keep a low profile. As soon as Sumu walked into the classroom, Wang Xinyu rushed over. "Brother, what the hell? Explosive news." Wang Xinyu was extremely excited. "What's the breaking news?" Sumu looked at the very excited Wang Xinyu and asked with interest. "Isn't the League of Legends finals on Saturday?" Just now, the official League of Legends announced the guest performers for the opening ceremony of the finals. Wang Xinyu became more and more excited as he spoke. "Third brother, guess who it is?" "Who is it?" Sumu was very calm. He was not a big fan of celebrities and did not really care who the guest performers were. Zhou Luanjie. King Zhou is coming as the guest of honor for the opening ceremony. And, most importantly, he will sing 3 songs in a row. Hearing Wang Xinyu say this, Sumu also said, "Oh." No wonder he was so excited. After all, it's Zhou Luanjie, a pop music king who has been popular for a whole decade. Their generation grew up listening to Zhou Luanjie's songs, so their admiration for him is understandable. "Have you got the tickets yet?" Without. When Wang Xinyu heard Sumu asking about the tickets, he instantly became depressed. He really didn't get the tickets. But since I didn't get the tickets before, the chances of getting them now are very slim. If it was just a simple League of Legends finals, it would be fine, but Zhou Luanjie's arrival made the situation completely different. Originally, tickets were divided into 4 categories: A, B, C, and D. Class A tickets are the inner field tickets and are the most expensive. Even the official price is 1,880 per piece. Class B tickets are next to the inner field and cost 1,000 yuan each. The price of a Class C ticket is 680 yuan per ticket, and the official price of a Class D ticket is 350 yuan per ticket. However, since the official announcement that Zhou Luanjie would be the special guest of the opening ceremony, the ticket prices at the scalpers have skyrocketed. The price of the inner field ticket increased 20 times, and the price per ticket was 36,000 yuan. As for the D-grade tickets that originally cost 350 yuan each, they were now sold for 3,500 yuan each. But, spending 3,500 to buy a Class D ticket is really a lot of money. Sitting in the last row, I couldn't see anything clearly. 3,500, this price is not worth it at all. Then what are you excited about? Sumu patted Wang Xinyu's shoulder gently. "I have a friend who might be able to get the tickets." Sumu suddenly said this. Wang Xinyu's originally disappointed expression suddenly became excited again. "Third brother, what are you waiting for? Ask now." Wang Xinyu said excitedly, "Today is only Wednesday. If we wait until Saturday, the ticket price will probably be even higher." Okay, let me ask." Sumu found a seat and sat down, his lips slightly raised, looking at Wang Xinyu and said with a smile. The friends Sumu was talking about were none other than Zhou Tsong and Chin Fun. However, since IG team is in the finals, Sumu will definitely ask Zhou Tsong first. Zhou Tsong is the boss of the IG team. I'm sure everyone knows this, right? "Brother Tsong, are there any tickets left for Saturday's League of Legends finals?" Sumu sent a message to Zhou Tsong, but Zhou Tsong was probably still sleeping and didn't reply. "Third brother, how is it? What did your friend say?" Wang Xinyu next to him was a little impatient. "He's probably still sleeping, don't worry." Sumu said softly, "My friend is very reliable." Don't worry, if he has any news, I will inform you as soon as possible. Well, third brother, hurry up, I'll pay for the tickets, just don't make them too expensive. Wang Xinyu has 50,000 to 60,000 yuan of living expenses a month. He is not as extravagant as other rich second generations and still has some savings. It's not much more, but there are still about 500,000 or 600,000. As a sophomore student, I have to say that Wang Xinyu can definitely be called a rich second generation. That's not necessary. Sumu wouldn't ask Wang Xinyu to pay for it. Besides, it was just a matter of a few tickets. Zhou Tsong wouldn't ask him for money, right? The next two classes were advanced mathematics. Wang Xinyu was a poor student to begin with, and now his mind was full of thoughts about the League of Legends finals on Saturday. How could he still concentrate on the class? But Sumu listened very carefully. Although, he couldn't really understand it. It would be nice if I could learn some skills by fishing. Sumu smiled bitterly and couldn't help thinking so in his heart. He doesn't care about money or anything like that now. What he values now is skills. As the saying goes, too many skills is always better than too little. If he really had many skills, he wouldn't be left with nothing even if he lost the system in the future. For example, if he possessed master-level calligraphy skills, just writing a few words would probably be enough for him to live on for the rest of his life. However, the fishing items are all random, and this is not something Sumu can decide. Fortunately, he now has a chance to go fishing every day, and maybe he will be able to catch some fish one day. Wang Xinyu here was already feeling a little drowsy. He gained points in the ranking match last night, but the teammates he was matched with were all of a lousy level, so instead of going up in points, he dropped a rank. Mr. Su also plays League of Legends. It was almost time to go home from school, and Zhou Tsong finally replied to the message. Let's play. Brother Tsong, do you have any tickets? Regular tickets are indeed gone. Although Zhou Tsong is the team owner, things like ticket sales are managed by the league officials, so Zhou Tsong can't get involved. Although he also had tickets, those tickets had already been distributed. Ah. It's gone. Sumu was also a little disappointed. If Zhou Tsong didn't have a ticket, it would be hard to get one. Regular tickets are sold out, but there are still private rooms. Zhou Tsong said directly, I reserved 2 private rooms for my friends. Since you want it, I'll give you one. Private room. Holy shit. Awesome. Sumu replied directly. Young Master Su has already asked, I have to give it to you even if no one else does. Zhou Tsong also licked Sumu. Firstly, Sumu sold his Koenigsegg to Zhou Tsong at half the price, and Zhou Tsong was already indebted to Sumu. Secondly, Zhou Tsong was also shocked by Sumu's background. He secretly investigated all the information about Sumu, but it showed that Sumu was just an ordinary person. But, have you ever seen an ordinary person own a Koenigsegg 11? And, after selling the Koenigsegg, he bought a Lamborghini Veneno worth 120 million. You know, whether it is Koenigsegg 11 or Lamborghini Veneno, they are all limited editions, and they are in short supply. He just talked to Qin Fun on the phone. When he learned that Qin Fun was going to use 200 million to buy Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno but he didn't sell it, Zhou Tsong also understood that Sumu was a person who could only befriend it and not offended. After all, the power behind him could actually make Sumu's ordinary identity so perfect, so he must be extremely powerful. It was just a private room. Although the black gold card for the private room had been sold for millions on the black market, it was just money. For Zhou Tsong, a few million was not worth a dime. Maybe I care. It's a great deal to be able to befriend Sumu with a private room black gold card. When the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, Wang Xinyu, who had been drowsy just now, suddenly became energetic. Third brother, how is it? Did your friend reply to you? Sumu shrugged helplessly. My friend said that there are no more ordinary tickets. Hearing what Sumu said, Wang Xinyu, who was very excited just now, suddenly became dispirited. Ah. I see. That's right. At the opening ceremony, King Cho will sing 3 songs in a row, so tickets must be tight. Wang Xinyu murmured quietly, but then he thought, that's not right, what the third brother said just now was that the ordinary tickets were sold out. Brother San, the regular tickets are sold out, do you have anything else? I don't have high requirements, I can stand even if I don't have a seat. Sumu. Before Sumu could say anything, a boy from Class 3 stood up and said, "Haha, I got 2 Class B tickets, that's great." The boy's name is Zhang He and his family is quite rich. But unlike Wang Xinyu, Zhang He is usually very arrogant because he relies on his family's wealth. Wow. I heard that the B-class tickets are now selling for 20,000 yuan each. I'm so jealous. But unfortunately I couldn't even get a D-class ticket. Yeah, I was originally planning to buy the tickets from a scalper on the day of the competition, but now that King Zhou is going to sing at the opening ceremony, the ticket price has increased more than tenfold. It's too expensive, I can't afford it at all. Many people in the class looked at Zhang He with envy, and even a few girls came over and asked him if he could take them to watch the game. Damn it. Wang Xinyu glanced at the smug Zhang He and said with gritted teeth. Wang Xinyu couldn't stand Zhang He and had had conflicts with him before. Zhang He also turned his head and looked at Wang Xinyu proudly. How is it? Did you get the tickets? Zhang He obviously wanted to cause trouble. When Wang Xinyu heard him say that, his face suddenly fell. It's just a B-class ticket. I can't even get into the inner field. I really don't understand what's so great about it. Sumu glanced at Zhang He and said something sarcastically. What did you say? Haha, it's just a B-class ticket. If you have the guts, go get a ticket for the inner field. When Zhang He heard Sumu say this, he immediately became unhappy. But I heard that the tickets for the inner field are now being sold for 40,000 yuan each, and they are out of stock. They are impossible to get. Zhang He looked at Sumu with some disdain and said, with your financial situation, I think you can't even afford a D-class ticket, right? Zhang He's dormitory was right next to Sumu's, so he knew something about Sumu's financial situation. Of course, he definitely didn't know Sumu's current situation, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of Sumu. As soon as Zhang He finished speaking, he walked past Sumu arrogantly. However, as the saying goes, God will punish the wicked. Zhang He's eyes were so big that they were on top of his head. When he was walking, he was accidentally scratched by the table, and he staggered and fell at Sumu's feet. What are you doing? It's not Chinese New Year. Why are you bowing to me? I don't have any red envelopes to give you. Sumu laughed and said sarcastically. Zhang He's face turned dark instantly, and he was about to find fault when Zhu Yuan came over. Zhang He and Sumu had had an unpleasant argument in their dormitories before, and Zhu Yuan had a bad temper, so he rushed directly into Zhang He's dormitory and pinned him down on the bed and beat him up. To the extent that now Zhang He still has a psychological trauma whenever he sees Zhu Yuan. What? Want to cause trouble? Zhu Yuan glared at Zhang He, and Zhang He suddenly didn't dare to speak anymore. Be careful, or I'll hit you. Zhu Yuan glared and spoke harshly in a very powerful manner. Zhang He didn't dare to say anything more and ran away in shame. This kind of person deserves a beating. He's the typical person who will tear down the roof if he's not punished for 3 days. Zhu Yuan also laughed and said to Sumu and Wang Xinyu. That's right. Sumu also echoed. After Zhang He made such a fuss, Wang Xinyu temporarily forgot about the ticket issue. After lunch, since there was no class in the afternoon, Sumu planned to drive out for a ride. Last time, he was driving a Koenigsegg and before he had enough fun, he collided with Qin Fen's LaFerrari. Fortunately, he now has a Lamborghini Veneno. He was planning to go to Thompson 1 today. All the apartments in his building were rented out, and the average rent for one apartment was about 150,000 yuan a month. That building has 90 apartments, and the rent alone is more than 13 million a month. After a year, the rent is definitely 100 or 200 million. Moreover, there are special companies to help him manage these houses. As soon as Sumu deposited the property certificates in the bank safe, the company's general manager Tang Yu called him. When the system gave these things to Sumu, they were all formal, legal, and well documented. The original owner of this house was a wealthy man from Jiangxiang, but he sold the building because his business was not good recently. The new owner is naturally Sumu. Sumu had never been to Thompson Ipin since he knew he owned a building there. Since the general manager who previously managed these houses called him, he also planned to go over and check it out. They agreed to go there at 3:30 in the afternoon, and Sumu took a short rest after returning home. It's a good time to go to Yida shopping mall and tidy up. Sumu looked at the clothes on his body and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It doesn't matter in school, but when you first enter society, you really have to pay attention to your dress. I looked at the time and it was exactly 2 o'clock. Sumu also went downstairs directly with the Lamborghini car keys. Yida Shopping Mall is one of the properties of Yida Group and is currently considered one of the top shopping malls in China. Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno has been parked in the underground garage for almost a day, and it has attracted a lot of people's attention. There are quite a few wealthy people in this community, and there are many luxury cars parked in the underground garage. There are also many supercars. But even so, it is a Lamborghini Veneno after all, and it is simply incomparable to other supercars. Holy crap! I saw this in the underground garage in our community. A multi-millionaire boss took a photo and posted it on his Moments. At one time, many people responded. Mr. Wu, it's just a Lamborghini. Your Maybach S560 isn't bad either. That's right, Mr. Wu, his Lamborghini isn't much more expensive than yours. Mr. Wu, are you free on Sunday? Can I treat you to a meal? Although he was flattered by many people and felt a little smug in his heart, Wu Tao also directly responded to everyone in the circle of friends. No, this is a Lamborghini Venetian. I can't even afford a tire for my Maybach S560. How would Sumu know about this? After coming down from upstairs, I drove directly to Yida Shopping Mall. There is a super large parking lot at Yida Shopping Mall. When Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno drove over, everyone screamed. What the hell? What did I see? Lamborghini Veneno. Damn, when did Haida get this car? Why? Is this supercar expensive? There are only 9 in the world, and you can't even buy one on the black market for 120 million. Do you think it's expensive? Everyone was looking at the Lamborghini Veneno, wanting to see which rich second generation could afford such an expensive supercar. After opening the car door, Sumu calmly got out of the car. Then everyone was shocked. Isn't this too young? I don't know him. But he looks a little familiar. Isn't this the young man who caused trouble at Fortet Bar last night? It is indeed him. F***ck. He really is a rich man. A wealthy man, I'm so jealous. Amid the envious, jealous and hateful gazes of the crowd, Sumu walked into Yida Shopping Mall very calmly. As a man, Sumu, like most men, goes shopping with a purpose. He went straight to the fine men's clothing area on the 3rd floor. Sumu actually didn't know which clothes were better, but he also knew one thing: the so-called expensive ones were not necessarily the best, but they were definitely not bad. Without much selection, Sumu bought a formal suit, 2 or 3 casual suits, and 2 pairs of leather shoes. All in all, it cost more than $500,000. But Sumu had come to terms with it. There was no way he could spend all the 2 billion in his account. If you don't spend the money, it doesn't really belong to you. No matter how much money you have, it is yours only when you spend it yourself. When Sumu walked down from upstairs, he happened to see Mingbiewi. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. I have a car, but I still lack a decent watch. Sumu murmured softly and walked directly towards the Mingbiewi. He just changed into a set of Givenchy casual wear. Since it was the latest model and a limited edition, this set of casual wear alone cost him more than 130,000 yuan. As the saying goes, Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. Sumu has a good figure and is handsome. Now he is wearing Givenchy casual clothes, which further reflects Sumu's cool temperament. The waiter at Mingbiewi's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Sumu coming over. They were all professionally trained, so how could they not see that Sumu's casual clothes were worth a lot of money? In addition, Sumu also carried Armani, Brioni, Canali. All of them are luxury brands for men. Just these alone would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhao Jing is the manager of Mingbiewi, and she also received Sumu in person. Sir, which watch do you want to buy? We have Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier. Patek Philippe. Sumu directly mentioned Patek Philippe. Zhao Jing was also slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. Okay, sir, these are all Patek Philippe watches. Take a look. Is there any style you like? Let me see. Sumu looked at the Patek Philippe watches in the tempered glass counter and said softly. Yes, sir. Zhao Jing stood in front of Sumu respectfully, and she didn't dare to say much. She was still clear about rich second generations like Sumu. People have their own opinions, so you don't need to say too much. If there is something I really like, I will probably grab it without blinking an eye. This one is great. Sumu pointed to a watch priced at 680,000 and said, show it to me. Okay, sir, the watch you're looking at was made by Patek Philippe in 2011 by master watchmaker Maniac. It took 5 years to make, and it's inlaid with 12 diamonds. Zhao Jing did introduce the Patek Philippe that Sumu had his eyes on, but Sumu frowned and said, I mean, show me this watch. When Zhao Jing heard Sumu say this, she was also stunned, but she didn't dare to confront Sumu, and quickly took the watch out from the counter. Sumu took the watch, played with it for a while, and then put it on his left wrist. It really matches well with Sumu's outfit. Yes, that's it. Sumu still likes it very much, and the price of 680,000 is also suitable. Ah. Although Zhao Jing knew that Sumu had the spending power, she did not expect Sumu to be so straightforward. Just took a look and ordered it right away. This is a watch worth 680,000 yuan. What? Is there a problem? Sumu looked up at Zhao Jing and said calmly. Oh. No problem, no problem. I'll issue the invoice for you right away. Zhao Jing also reacted immediately. The smile on her face became even more intense, and her attitude towards Sumu became even more flattering. After all, Sumu bought this Patek Philippe worth 680,000 without blinking an eye. He just swiped his card here, and Sumu walked out wearing the watch and carrying a bunch of luxury goods. As luck would have it, Yen Ru just happened to walk into Yida shopping mall. Sumu didn't know Yen Ru, but Yen Ru remembered him. The two people just passed each other, but Yen Ru stayed with Sumu longer. When Sumu's back was no longer visible, Yen Ru also walked towards the watch center. Zhao Jing is Yen Ru's best friend, but she is about 3 years older than Yen Ru. As soon as Yen Ru came in just now, Zhao Jing saw Yen Ru. After all, her eyes have always been on Sumu. As Yen Ru walked into the watch shop, Zhao Jing also put down what she was doing and walked over to Yen Ru. Why, do you know that person just now? Zhao Jing nudged Yen Ru with her arm, with a hint of teasing in her tone. I don't know him, but I met him once. Yen Ru looked at Zhao Jing and said with a smile. I'm telling you, you don't know, he's really rich. He bought a Patek Philippe worth 680,000 without blinking an eye. Although Zhao Jing's family is considered quite wealthy, they only have a few million at most. It can't compare to Yen Ru's family background. After all, the Yen family owns more than 35-star hotels in China alone. Are you sure this person is not in your circle? His name is Sumu. I've only seen him once, at our hotel. But when I was browsing Douyin, I saw him with Zhou Tsong, Qin Fen, and others. You know, there are also differences in the circle of the second-generation rich. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen don't even look down on people like us. Yen Ru smiled, bit her lip and spoke softly. However, this also made her have a deeper impression of Sumu. Sumu came out of Yida shopping mall carrying a bunch of things. When he just arrived at the parking lot, Sumu saw 2 young and beautiful women standing in front of his car, taking pictures. It's normal for young people to have some vanity. Sumu checked the time on his phone. It was already 3 o'clock and he had to go to Thompson Yippen in a while. He was standing aside, watching 2 or 3 short videos, then looked up and saw that the 2 women were still filming. He frowned, smiled bitterly, lowered his head and watched 3 or 4 more short videos. When I looked up again, the 2 women were still taking pictures, changing their poses. No matter how good-tempered Sumu is, he can't stand it. I said, have you taken enough photos? I'm afraid your phone memory is not enough. Sumu walked forward and said something sarcastically. The 2 women taking the photos were not good people either. How could they not hear the sarcastic words from Sumu? We are taking pictures of our own car, why do you mind your own business? Among them, the woman who looked a little sarcastic directly said something to Sumu. What did you say? Your car. When Sumu heard her say that, the corners of his mouth twitched and he couldn't help but want to laugh. Do you know what car this is? Sumu chuckled. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with these two women. He walked straight forward and pressed the key, and the scissor door of the Lamborghini Veneno opened directly. Sumu sat directly in the driver's seat, and the two women beside him were stunned. Is this car his? The two looked at each other, feeling as if 1,000 horses were galloping in their hearts. Handsome guy, I was just kidding you, can I add you on WeChat? The woman with the sarcastic look just now also quickly apologized to Sumu. Roll. Sumu said something to her directly, without looking back. He stepped on the accelerator, drifted around the corner and drove away. Humph, what's so great about that? It's just driving a supercar. That is. The two women were just saying the grapes were sour because they couldn't eat them, but Sumu was very happy. Don't you even take a look at what you look like? You still want to add me on WeChat? Sumu couldn't help but complain. Drive directly to Tomsonipin. The best address is on Luyazui Ring Road in Dompu district of Haidu, so the selling price of Tomsonipin is naturally rising. When the property was first put on the market, the price of housing here was only tens of thousands per square meter. Due to the rapid development of Haidu in recent years, Haidu, which was not very big to begin with, has become a place where every inch of land is valuable. Take Tangchonipin for example. At its peak, the housing price was as high as 400,000 renminbi per square meter. The original owner of Building A, Thompson 1, was a wealthy man from Jiangxiang, but now it belongs to Sumu. In Thompson 1, a large flat on the first floor of Building A is where Tang Yu and his colleagues work. They were hired by the rich man Jiangxiang to help him take care of his house. Now that the building belongs to Sumu, they are naturally affiliated with Sumu. Tang Yu only found out yesterday that their current boss is Sumu, and he contacted Sumu as soon as possible. As for Sumu, he had no intention of replacing them. It's better to have someone help you take care of the building than to come and collect the rent yourself, right? And although it seems that being a landlord is very comfortable, but in fact, there are many troubles involved. Tenants live in the house and have to contact the owner if there is any problem. The light is broken, there is no electricity, there is no water. If he were to blame me for all the trivial matters, wouldn't he be annoyed to death? The purpose of Tang Yu and his team's existence is to help him manage this building. If the residents have any problems, they can just come to them directly. The tenants pay the rent to them, they put it into the account and then pay it to Sumu, who then pays them wages. Tang Yu and his company can be considered a small property management company. In addition to the general manager Tang Yu, there are 2 accountants, an assistant and 3 maintenance workers. There were 7 people in total, and they divided the work and cooperated with each other, which saved Sumu a lot of trouble. Room 103, Building A, Thompson 1, Tang Yu now looked at the time nervously. I'll say it again, the big boss will come to inspect soon. It's his first time here. You all should be alert. If anyone displeases the big boss later, the consequences will be borne by him. Since Tang Yu said so, it is natural that the employees under him cannot but take it seriously. Boss Tang, have you met our new boss? Accountant Zhang Sini was also very curious about what her new boss looked like. After all, everyone knows what this building represents. It's fine if it's an ordinary residential area, but this is Tomsonipin, where the average price is 300,000 per square meter. This building alone is worth 20 billion. After all, she is an internal employee, so she knows some inside information to some extent. Previously, Jiangxiang's big boss put this building up for sale, offering a whopping price of 20 billion, and he also had one request, full payment. 20 billion, the full amount. There were indeed many wealthy people in Haidu who had the idea at that time, but they were scared away when they heard that the full payment was 20 billion. Who the hell has 20 billion in cash? Not to mention ordinary people, even if you are the richest man in the country, it is impossible for you to take out so much cash to buy a house in full at once, right? But Sumu did it. So, no matter who it is, they would be interested in a tycoon who suddenly took out 20 billion in cash, right? I haven't seen it. Tang Yu was also a little nervous. The time he had agreed to meet with Sumu was approaching. How could he not be nervous? On this side, Sumu was stopped by the security guard in front of the gate of Tomsonipin. Even though Sumu was driving a Lamborghini Veneno, the security guards really didn't recognize these luxury cars. If they were not residents here, they would definitely not let Sumu in. The license plate on Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno had not been registered with them, so the security guard stopped Sumu directly. "I'm sorry, sir. We have a rule here that non-residents of our community cannot enter unless a resident notifies us." The security guard was a young and strong-looking guy. Judging from his physical fitness, one could tell at first glance that he was a retired soldier. However, the security guard's attitude was still respectful. After all, even if he didn't know the Lamborghini Veneno, just by looking at the shape of the supercar, he knew that Sumu was worth a lot of money and was not someone that a small security guard like him could offend. "Is that so?" "Wait a minute." Sumu would not make things difficult for the security guard, after all, it was their job. Although he doesn't live here, he also hopes that all security guards in the community are like this. Security is no joke. The residents of Thompson Epine are either rich or noble. If there are any safety problems, that is definitely not what Sumu wants to see. "Manager Tang, please come here." "I was stopped at the gate." Tang Yu answered the phone nervously. When he heard Sumu say that, he trembled as if he had received an electric shock. "Oh no. How could I forget about this?" Tang Yuguang was thinking about how to welcome the big boss to inspect the work later, but he forgot about the security issues of Thompson Epine. "Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment, I'll be right there." Tang Yu hung up the phone and without hesitation, he trotted towards the gate. Fortunately, it is Building A, not far from here. Otherwise, the thought of having the big boss stopped at the gate and waited for more than 10 minutes, he would probably be in big trouble today, right? It only took Tang Yu about 2 minutes to jog over here. He calmed down, walked over to the security guard, leaned in close and said, "Young Master Su is my new boss. The entire Building A belongs to young Master Su." The security guard naturally knew Tang Yu, and was stunned when he heard what he said. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, please." The security guard was naturally sensible and quickly opened the door. Sumu was not arrogant and looked at the security guard and said, "It's okay, you're pretty good." As he spoke, Sumu looked at Tang Yu and said, "Manager Tang, please take my car. I can show you the way." Watching the black Lamborghini Veneno driving past Building A, the security guard who had just stopped Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Sumu's identity was not simple, but he did not expect that Sumu's identity was so complicated. The entire Building A is owned by someone else. This building alone is worth 20 billion. There is certainly envy and jealousy, but someone as outstanding as Sumu is simply not worthy of hatred. Take, for example, the richest man in China, Ma Xiaoyun, who is worth more than 300 billion yuan. Who among ordinary people would hate him? That's the truth. I actually managed to stop such an awesome person. I can brag about this for a whole year. The young security guard blushed and couldn't help but think so. "Mr. Su, I didn't think this through." Tang Yu was sitting in the passenger seat, also holding his breath, feeling very nervous. Such a huge oversight occurred when the new boss came to inspect the work for the first time. If Sumu blames him, he, the general manager, will also be fired. It's no big deal. Sumu was not the petty person, so he would not blame Tang Yu for such a thing. Is Building A in front? Sumu parked the car directly downstairs of Building A, but there were no extra parking spaces here. Southwest He had to park on the road. Oh my God, is this Lamborghini Venom? A man who looked to be about 30 years old had just stepped out of a Ferrari 458. He stared closely at Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno. Even his Ferrari 458 landed at nearly 5 million, but compared to the Lamborghini Veneno in front of him, the difference was simply worlds apart. Let's put it this way, if he scratched Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno, his Ferrari 458 would probably be gone. Sumu stopped the car and got out of the driver's seat. Tang Yu also got out of the car quickly and followed Sumu closely. "Well, you are not allowed to park on the roadside, don't you know? Although you are prescribing poison, I still have to remind you." Yang Su looked at Sumu's profile and said directly. Yang Su is a big anchor of the esports channel of the Bullfighting Live platform. Even with an annual salary of tens of millions, he cannot afford such an expensive house as Thompson Epine. But he likes to enjoy himself. When he is in Haidu, he naturally wants to live in a luxury house like Thompson Epine. He moved in last year. It's an 800 square meter apartment, and the rent alone is as high as 200,000 yuan a month. Fortunately, given his financial situation, he could still accept the annual rent of 2.4 million. Sumu heard the voice and turned around to see Yang Su. Eh? Aren't you the bullfighting top laner Yang Su? Sumu is considered a veteran League of Legends player. Although his skills are average and he is only at the diamond rank, it is still pretty good. Sumu also had some impression of Yang Su, the anchor of League of Legends. You are really good at playing Noxus. Sumu smiled slightly and said to Yang Su. Well, it's normal. Yang Su felt a little embarrassed when he saw Sumu recognized him at a glance and said so. Well, you really can't park here. Yang Su pointed at Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno and smiled awkwardly. Can you stop? Sumu glanced at Tang Yu, and Tang Yu also wanted to die. But when he heard Sumu ask him this, he said respectfully, others can't stop, but you can, Mr. Su. Aha. Mr. Su, this building is yours, you can park wherever you want, right? Tang Yu's voice was not loud, but clear enough. Yang Su's hearing was pretty good, so he naturally heard clearly what Tang Yu had just said. He was also slightly stunned at the moment. Then he also looked at Tang Yu carefully. I was so focused on looking at the car that I completely ignored Tang Yu. Now he remembered that Tang Yu was the general manager of the property management office of their building. Since Tang Yu said it, it must be true. At that moment, Yang Su couldn't help but tremble, and his face turned red instantly. Oh my God. I just said such words to such a big shot. Yang Su didn't know what to do. After all, if this building belonged to Sumu, then wouldn't he be his landlord? I'll just stop here for a while, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Sumu looked at Yang Su and asked softly. No problem. Yang Su's speech became a little slurred. Yeah. By the way, are you still broadcasting live today? Sumu suddenly asked Yang Su this, and Yang Su was also a little excited. Well, live broadcast. Okay then, let's play games together if we have a chance, and help me get higher scores. Sumu's words made Yang Su feel flattered. Good. Yang Su nodded heavily and agreed. He usually doesn't help anyone to gain points, unless the other person is a beautiful lady. Once, a rich man gave him more than 10,000 gifts and asked Yang Su to help him gain points. Then Yang Su directly asked the rich man to send him his WeChat message, and he directly transferred the more than 10,000 gift money. But that still depends on the person. How could he dare to refuse a super rich man like Sumu, who was worth at least tens of billions, and was also his landlord? Sumu was just saying it casually, but Yang Su must have taken it seriously. Here, Sumu, under the guidance of Tang Yu, came to the large flat where they had offices. Yang Su also hurriedly got on the elevator, his heart still pounding. After returning home, Yang Su couldn't wait to start the live broadcast. Brothers, I'm telling you, you won't believe me, but I just saw a Lamborghini Veneno. Yang Su sat in front of the camera and boasted to his fans in the live broadcast room. You're just bragging, right? Lamborghini Veneno. Are you sure there's such a car in China? I don't believe it unless you take a picture and show it to me. Not necessarily. I remember that Brother Su seemed to live in Thompson first floor. There are only rich people there. Even a Lamborghini Veneno can be afforded, right? I'm telling you, I'm definitely not lying to you, and, do you know how rich he is? Yang Su was very excited, his face flushed red. You all know that I rented Thompson 1, I'm in Building A, what a coincidence, that person is actually the owner of Building A. I tell you, this whole building belongs to someone else. As soon as Yang Su finished speaking, all the comments on the screen turned into F***CK. Owning a building is awesome. But how much would it be worth to own a building in Thompson Ipin? It's no exaggeration. The previous price of my building was 20 billion. If you don't believe me, you can go check it out. Yang Su was very excited to help Sumu brag, as if the building belonged to him. As for Sumu, he also followed Tang Yu and briefly inspected some of their work. We didn't prepare any gifts for everyone for our first meeting. How about this, Manager Tang? We'll give everyone a 20,000 yuan red envelope. Just take it from this month's rent and put it in the account. After Sumu said this, the faces of the staff following Sumu were all filled with excited smiles. Their new boss is so generous. I originally thought that he was here to inspect the work, and even if he wasn't picky, he would probably say a few words with a stern face. But Sumu didn't say anything else. After inspecting them, he actually gave each of them a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. This is much more generous than their previous boss. Sumu didn't stay here for too long. He took a brief inspection and then drove away in his supercar. When Sumu was here, no one dared to talk much. As soon as Sumu left, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, our new boss is so handsome. With this appearance, he can definitely outshine many young handsome guys in the entertainment industry, right? Accountant Zhang Sini couldn't help but become obsessed with her. Besides, I feel like our new boss is a really nice person. He's humble and speaks very gently. Most importantly, he's so generous. Assistant Wei Ling also said with stars in her eyes. Manager Tang, you said Mr. Su is so young, does he have a girlfriend? Zhang Sini was still quite gossipy, so she looked at her general manager Tang Yu and asked. How should I know that? Tang Yu also laughed and scolded, just work hard and stop thinking about those things every day. Young Master Su is not someone that ordinary people like us can reach. Oh, I see. Zhang Sini said this, but she couldn't help but think in her heart, if not a girlfriend, then a lover is fine. After all, Sumu owns a Thompson mansion. Apart from anything else, if I can have a relationship with Sumu, I can ask Sumu to give me a luxury house in Thompson Ipin, or I can buy one in other residential areas in Haidu. What he couldn't get in his whole life was nothing to Sumu, not worth mentioning. Sumu didn't know that Zhang Sini was thinking about him. He also made an appointment with Zhou Tsong to meet at Uemu Coffee Shop. Uemu Cafe, the most famous cafe in Haidu. The most ordinary cup of coffee here costs thousands of yuan. This place is specially for the wealthy people in Haidu. Coffee, which is more expensive than gold in the eyes of others, can be drunk by the rich in pots. Sumu drove his Lamborghini Veneno and parked it in the parking space on the side of the road next to the coffee shop. Even the waiter who was used to seeing supercars and luxury cars couldn't help but gasp after seeing Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno. In front of the Poison, all those supercars in the parking lot pale in comparison. Sumu was wearing Givenchy casual clothes, and coupled with his somewhat cool temperament, the waiter standing at the door did not dare to neglect Sumu. Hello, sir. How many people are you? I have an appointment over there. Sumu smiled slightly. He had already noticed Zhou Tsong sitting not far away. Yes, sir, you are welcome. The waiter's expression didn't seem to change, but he was actually shocked. This young man driving a Lamborghini Veneno was actually looking for Zhou Tsong. Well, it really proves the saying that birds of a feather flock together. After all, Zhou Tsong is one of the top second-generation rich people in the country. As for Sumu, he drove a supercar worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and his casual clothes were worth at least 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. It's not surprising that he is friends with Zhou Tsong. Brother Tsong. Sumu walked up to Zhou Tsong and greeted him with a slight smile. But at the same time, he also noticed that there was a lady sitting opposite Zhou Tsong, who looked not much older than him, with fair skin and delicate features. The Cartier watch on her wrist looks very suitable for her temperament. What's more rare is that she doesn't have the face of an internet celebrity. Sumu just glanced at it quietly, but he couldn't help but joke in his heart, could it be that Master Tsong has changed his taste and doesn't like internet celebrity faces anymore? But it's true, a beauty like her who can get 90 points even without makeup, any man would like her, right? Mr. Su, come here, let me introduce you to Meng Xuefei, Mr. Ren's daughter. Zhou Tsong also stood up, looked at Sumu and then at Meng Xuefei and said. Meng Xuefei also looked at Sumu with some curiosity. Meng Xuefei naturally knew some things about Sumu. She also stood up and extended her right hand towards Sumu gracefully. Meng Xuefei, it's such an honor to meet Su Xiao today. Sumu was also stunned for a moment. He was thinking about what Zhou Tsong had just said. He subconsciously shook hands with Meng Xuefei. Mr. Ren's daughter, could it be Mr. Ren from the Weihua group? Sumu was thinking about something and forgot to let go of Meng Xuefei's hand. Meng Xuefei's face turned slightly red and she struggled a little. Sumu then reacted and quickly let go of her hand. Sumu, Miss Meng is too kind. Sumu also smiled and said softly, Mr. Ren is a role model for domestic entrepreneurs. To be honest, Mr. Ren has always been my idol. Sumu's words diverted the embarrassment just now. I heard from Brother Tsong that young Master Su has a Koenigsegg 11 and a Lamborghini Veneno. Although Meng Shuefei had heard Zhou Tsong and others mention Sumu, she was still somewhat skeptical. Other supercars are easy to deal with, but the key is Koenigsegg 11 and Lamborghini Veneno. No matter which one of them is, they are both top supercars with a global limited edition of no more than 10. Well, the Koenigsegg 11 is Tsonga's now. Sumu looked at Zhou Tsong and said softly, as for the Lamborghini Venom, I happened to come across it, so I bought it. Well, after hearing what Sumu said, Meng Shuefei almost wanted to hit someone. What does it mean to buy it when you meet it? How come a supercar worth 120 million yuan tastes like cabbage? See, you still don't believe me when I tell you that young Master Su, he is really young and promising. Even though Zhou Tsong likes to complain about everything on the internet, he was not polite when he said that he had never stayed in such a rubbish hotel. The public's impression of Zhou Tsong is that he is straightforward and doesn't take others seriously at all. But actually, it depends on who it is. For example, now, Zhou Tsong's attitude towards Sumu is not too much to say that he is Sumu's bootlicker. As for Sumu, he also laughed and said, there is no such thing as being young and promising. I'm just lucky. There is nothing wrong with what Sumu said, he is indeed lucky. Time travel, mobile phone app mutation, these things that do not follow scientific common sense have all happened to him. Isn't this good luck? But when Sumu said this, Zhou Tsong was also stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but think in his heart, good luck. Does it mean that you have good luck when you are reincarnated? In this case, my luck is actually quite good. After all, Zhou Tsong is also recognized as a top second-generation rich man in the country, right? Mr. Ren of Weihua Group is definitely a role model for domestic entrepreneurs. As for why Mr. Ren's daughter is named Meng Shuefei, there is nothing strange about that. It's normal to take your mother's last name. Although Mr. Ren ranks outside the top 100 on the domestic rich list, no one will look down on him because of this ranking. Weihua Group adheres to the principle of doing business instead of going public to raise money, and has been committed to the research and development of various patents over the years. With annual revenue of over 100 billion, if Weihua Group goes public, its market value will at least rank among the top 3 domestic companies. As the daughter of Mr. Ren, Meng Shuefei has been studying abroad for many years. Because of Mr. Ren's existence, Meng Shuefei, although only 23 years old, is also pursued by rich second generations from all over the world. After all, if he could marry Meng Shuefei, it would definitely be a great help to his future career. Moreover, Meng Shuefei is also quite beautiful, and her temperament is definitely the result of top-level education. However, Sumu didn't have as many thoughts as Meng Shuefei. Master Su, this black gold card is for you. Zhou Tsong pulled out a black gold card from his trouser pocket. It was the official card from League of Legends, which claimed that one could watch any League of Legends game in the private room within 1 year. Sumu didn't bother to be polite with Zhou Kong. He just reached out and took the card. This card is limited to only 5 pieces, and the official price of each card is 660,000. However, this card has been sold for millions on the black market, and is even out of stock. There are 1.4 billion people in China, and although wealth is concentrated in the hands of about 3%, there are still tens of millions of wealthy people. 660,000 is not a small amount for ordinary people, but for Sumu, Zhou Tsong, and others, it is nothing. Brother Tsong, Sister Fei, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Sumu got the black gold card for the private room, but he didn't plan to sit here and drink coffee. If you have this time, go back to play games and take a nap, isn't that nice? Sumu came and went in a hurry, but Meng Shuefei, who always looked down on any boys, was somewhat interested in Sumu this time. Watching Sumu driving away in the Lamborghini Veneno, Meng Shuefei couldn't help but frown. Sumu acted too calm. You know, even the princes of foreign emirates would like to hold me in their hands when they see me. Brother Tsong, where does this Sumu come from? Sumu did arouse Meng Shuefei's curiosity. Sumu is not a simple person. Zhou Tsong sighed, but Meng Shuefei, who was sitting opposite him, rolled her eyes at him. Sumu is not simple, is there any need to say this? When Sumu returned home, he also sat on the sofa. Wang Xinyu sent a message to Sumu very promptly. Third brother, do you want to play with me? No. Learning makes me happy. Sumu was lying on the sofa and sent a message to Wang Xinyu saying, learning makes me happy. F***ck. Third brother, if I hadn't slept next to you for a year, I would have really believed what you said was true. Wang Xinyu also laughed, but he didn't believe Sumu's nonsense. By the way, the ticket issue has been settled. Sumu took out the black gold card of the private room and took a photo for Wang Xinyu. In the dormitory, Wang Xinyu sat in front of the computer and saw the photo of the black gold card of the private room sent by Sumu. He said, F***ck. The sound was so loud that it scared everyone in the dormitory. Nima, what's going on? Old 4, what's wrong with you? I'm so scared. Wang Xinyu was completely stunned. Third brother, don't tell me this is the official black gold card for the private room issued by League of Legends. Wang Xinyu sent a voice message directly to Sumu, and his voice sounded trembling. The other people in the dormitory also heard what Wang Xinyu said just now. Except for the eldest brother Dukong, who didn't play games much, how could the others not know about this private room black gold card? The official price of League of Legends is 660,000, limited to 5 cards worldwide, and the official promise is that similar cards will never be issued again. Limited edition and out-of-print League of Legends black and gold card. The black market price has been driven up to millions, but I have never heard of any owner selling it. That's right. How could someone who can afford 660,000 be short of a few million? When the official League of Legends released the black gold card for the private room at the beginning, the sky-high price of 660,000 also caused everyone on the internet to curse mercilessly. But as soon as it was released, no. It should be said that before it was officially released, it was divided up by Zhou Tsong and his group. Zhou Tsong directly took 2 tickets, which amounted to more than 1 million yuan. For him, it was just normal consumption. This is probably what is meant by true fragrance. Because when the Alliance first launched the black gold card for private rooms, Zhou Tsong was the first to stand up and oppose it, and even ridiculed the Alliance on Weibo, saying that it acted like it had never seen money. But, damn, he just took 2 of the 5 black gold cards for the private room. F***ck. Third brother, what's going on? Where did you get this card? Wang Xinyu was also confused. The main reason is that he is relatively clear about Sumu's situation, and it is impossible for him to get this thing. Didn't I tell you that my friend has a lot of energy? Sumu smiled softly. Saturday, let's go together. That's awesome. Third brother. Wang Xinyu is very excited now. Zhang He got 2 Class B tickets before, which stimulated him. Although Zhang He failed to act tough later, Wang Xinyu still wanted to get the tickets. He had already thought about it. If all else failed, he would just buy 2 A-grade tickets for the inner field from a scalper. However, the original price of the inner field ticket was only 1,800 yuan, but now, due to Zhou Luanjia's performance at the opening ceremony, the price has increased by more than 20 times. An A-grade ticket for the inner field now costs at least 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Although Wang Xinyu had no shortage of money, he felt distressed when he thought that the tickets, which originally cost only 1,800 yuan, were being sold for 40,000 or 50,000 yuan each. No one's money comes from the wind. Although Wang Xinyu is not short of money, he doesn't want the money to be earned by scalpers. But he also couldn't stand Zhang He's ugly face. He was also prepared to spend money to slap Zhang He in the face. But it's just a Class B ticket, what's there to brag about? In front of the private room black gold card, what does even an A-class ticket mean? Wang Xinyu directly posted a circle of friends. Let's go to the game on Saturday. With the photo of the black gold card, Wang Xinyu's circle of friends went viral. Oh my god. Is this true? That's awesome. A black gold card for a private room. The black market price is over 1.3 million. F***ck, brother you is awesome. He can get a black gold card for a private room, he really is worthy of being a rich second generation. I'm so jealous. Brother you. Can you take me with you? Wang Xinyu rarely posts on WeChat Moments, but this time it was because the black gold card for the private room was really showy enough. Of course, more importantly, he wanted Zhang He to know. They were all from the same department. Although Wang Xinyu and Zhang He were not friends, they were in the next dormitory after all. How could Zhang He not know that Wang Xinyu had a black gold card for a private room? How is that possible? How did he get this kind of thing? Zhang He was playing games at the time and almost dropped his computer when he heard the news. For him, let alone a black gold card for a private room worth millions, he couldn't even get a Class A ticket for the inner court worth 40,000 or 50,000. Brother He, if you ask me, this card is probably fake. The people in Zhang He's dormitory were naturally Zhang He's bootlickers. At this time, Tao Yang also looked at Zhang He and spoke in a flattering manner. Fake. When Zhang He heard Tao Yang say this, he was also stunned for a moment, and slapped his thigh. Yes. It's fake. Zhang He didn't believe that Wang Xinyu had the ability to get a black gold card for a private room. After all, that kind of thing was simply not something that a rich second generation like them could afford. Although more than 1 million is not a lot for them, the key point is that there are only 5 of these things in the world. There are so many top second generation rich people in China, it is impossible for Zhang Xinyu to be the first. Tao Yang also searched the internet, and suddenly a headline caught his eye. Brother He, look, what did I say? This black gold card for the private room must be fake. Tao Yang handed the phone to Zhang He. Zhang He's eyes lit up when he saw the headline of the news. Today, the police uncovered a case of counterfeiting tickets for concerts and League of Legends matches, and found a large number of counterfeit tickets at the scene. There are also pictures in the news, which obviously show some pictures of the black gold cards for the private rooms. What the hell, Wang Xinyu really has no bottom line in trying to disgust me. Zhang He also breathed a sigh of relief immediately. Tao Yang, you are like this. Zhang He leaned close to Tao Yang's ear and whispered, speak about this matter on the school forum. Brother He, that's great. Tao Yang raised the corners of his mouth and said with a chuckle. On the other hand, Wang Xinyu was very excited. Black gold card for private room. This is too much. Many people in his circle of friends, some of whom he rarely contacts, sent him private messages to ask him what was going on. Wang Xinyu did not hide it and directly said that it was Su Mu's friend who helped him get it. Old 4, come and see. Zhu Yuan was lying on the bed and browsing his phone, feeling quite comfortable, when suddenly he noticed a post in the forum. F***CK, someone on the forum broke the news that your black gold card for the private room is fake, and even posted a piece of news released by the police today. Zhu Yuan was also confused. He just checked the police news, and it was indeed true, and the information was released just 3 hours ago. Fourth brother, do you think that the black gold card for the private room that third brother got will? Zhu Yuan was quite thoughtful. This post suddenly appeared in the school forum at this time. It was obviously aimed at Wang Xinyu. F***CK, who the hell sent this? Wang Xinyu frowned, and after reading the post he cursed directly. Su Mu is clear-headed and speaks his mind. He is not the kind of person who would suffer for the sake of face. If Su Mu couldn't get the tickets, he would tell him directly that he couldn't get them. Besides, it's just a League of Legends match, it doesn't matter whether you watch it or not, Su Mu wouldn't make fun of himself for this, right? In Wang Xinyu's opinion, Su Mu is his best brother, and Su Mu would never play tricks on him. I don't know, it's a small account. I took a look and it's the kind that was just registered. Zhu Yuan also frowned and said in a low voice. He also knew that this matter might be a little difficult to explain. After all, the news released by the police was true, and a large number of counterfeit tickets and black gold cards for private rooms were indeed found at the scene. He just compared the photo Su Mu sent to him, and there was almost no difference between it and the black gold cards of the private rooms in the news released by the police. Although he also wanted to believe that the card was real, but considering Su Mu's financial situation, a black gold card worth millions of dollars for a private room was definitely not something Su Mu could get. Thinking about it this way, the black gold card for the private room that Su Mu got is 90% fake. Even my roommate suspected that the black gold card for the private room was fake, let alone others. Those people who had licked Wang Xinyu before suddenly changed their faces. I just saw a hot news article, your black gold card for the private room is fake, right? There's no need to show off. The black gold card for the private room is worth millions, and there are only 5 of them in the world. As far as I know, Zhou Tsong alone has got 2, right? Haha, I really thought you were some top-rich second generation. I never thought you were this kind of person. You really disgust me. Wang Xinyu looked at these people's comments, his face turned black, he gritted his teeth, and posted another message on his moments. I didn't fucking ask you to lick me like a dog. You'll know whether the card is real or not on Saturday, right? Wang Xinyu was about to explode with anger. They are all a bunch of bastards. Old 4, don't be angry. Not all people are like this. Du Kong also gave some advice. That's right. 4th brother, I also think that 3rd brother really doesn't need to do this. 3rd brother is not that kind of person. Xiaoliu Zhou Su also echoed. Sumu was not quite clear about this matter, otherwise he would definitely come forward and talk about it. Sumu didn't play games with them tonight, but instead read some advanced mathematics for a while. However, Sumu was willing to learn, but it was difficult for him to change his nature as a poor student. After flipping through the book for a while, about 10 minutes later, Sumu fell asleep on the table. When he woke up, it was already past 2 in the morning. F***ck. I'm so tired. Sumu stood up and went back to bed to sleep. At around 8 o'clock the next morning, Sumu's alarm clock rang. I feel refreshed. Sumu slept very comfortably this time. It's time to go fishing again. Sumu's eyes lit up and he took out his cell phone from the bedside table. I directly clicked on Leisure Fishing and pressed the fishing button without hesitation. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Congratulations to the player for getting the God of Learning skill and gaining the ability to remember everything at a glance. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Sumu was not fully awake at first, but when he saw the prompt on the phone screen, he woke up instantly. He has a photographic memory. And he has a quick understanding. He is a genius student. Sumu's mouth curled up slightly. This is too cool. Just when Sumu was about to study hard, he gained the skill of a God of Learning. What's a top student? Who dares to show off in front of the God of Study? Sumu was secretly happy and couldn't help thinking this way. Sumu originally wanted to be a top student, but he was the type who got sleepy as soon as he started studying. But now that he has caught the godlike skill, Sumu is looking forward to the class even more. There are 2 classes of advanced mathematics this morning. Sumu was dizzy yesterday, and he also wants to see how terrifying his comprehension ability is after he has acquired the skills of a God of Learning. Sumu simply washed up, changed into casual clothes, and walked towards the school teaching building. It was only a few steps away, so he didn't have to drive over. Besides, the Lamborghini Veneno is so cool. If I drive it to school, wouldn't it be a bit too high profile? Sumu actually doesn't care about being high profile or not. The main thing is that he feels there is no need to expose his worth at school. Wang Xinyu and the others were already in the classroom and had helped Sumu reserve a seat. 3rd brother, this way. Wang Xinyu didn't sleep well last night. Although the other party used a small account, Wang Xinyu still determined that it was Zhang He who did it. After all, who could have a problem with him? Apart from Zhang He, Wang Xinyu couldn't think of who was coming. 3rd brother, did you bring your black gold card for the private room? As soon as Sumu sat down, Wang Xinyu became impatient. Hey! Sumu put it directly into his waistband. Since Wang Xinyu wanted to take a look, Sumu just threw it to him. This black gold card produced by the official League of Legends has an initial value of 660,000. Its material is aviation material, which is light yet textured. Just look at the texture. If this is fake, I will eat it right away. Wang Xinyu is not an ignorant person. He can feel the extraordinary nature of the black gold card when he holds it. 3rd brother, is your friend really reliable? Of course, what's wrong? Sumu naturally wouldn't doubt whether Zhou Tsong was reliable or not. It was impossible for Zhou Tsong to use a fake black gold card to deceive him, right? 3rd brother, look. Wang Xinyu also put his phone in front of Sumu and smiled bitterly. Forehead. Sumu glanced at Wang Xinyu's phone and what caught his eye was the news about the counterfeit black gold card. Who posted this? Sumu frowned and asked. Not sure, a newly registered account. Someone is going to cause trouble. Sumu could see that everything in this post was directed at Wang Xinyu. I suspect it's Zhang He. Wang Xinyu glanced at Zhang He, who was sitting not far away, and said softly, "This old guy is holding a grudge. It's very likely that he is behind this." I see. Sumu rubbed his temples with his hands and hummed softly. Yes, it is impossible for Wang Xinyu to offend others. He just had a conflict with Zhang He recently. At this time, he is the only one who can do such a thing. Don't doubt it. I just asked other people in their dormitory, and they said that it was Zhang He who was behind it. Zhu Yuan also said fiercely, "Damn it, Zhang He is such a stinking piece of shit, he will tear down the roof if he is not punished for 3 days." Sitting aside, Zhu Yuan was ready to fight. If the advanced mathematics teacher had not arrived, he might have rushed up and beat Zhang He up. How about this, go to class first, and leave the rest to me. Sumu didn't care. The so-called rumors are absolutely vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. Sumu wondered if he was too kind and made some people arrogant. If that's the case, then there's no point in keeping a low profile any longer, right? While Sumu was thinking, the advanced mathematics teacher was quickly writing a few questions on the blackboard. Please do these questions first, and we will explain them in detail later. The advanced mathematics teacher is almost 60 years old. His name is Ma Jun, and he is the director of the Department of Mathematics at Haida University. Of course, he can also be regarded as a great mathematician in China. Professor Ma wrote 3 questions in total. The first 2 questions were not difficult. Almost anyone who had studied advanced mathematics seriously could do them. As for the last question, it is an argumentation question. He actually made up this question deliberately to make things difficult for his students. This is a proof question, known as the most difficult math problem to prove in thousands of years, bar none. Sumu also looked up at the blackboard. He solved the first 2 questions effortlessly. As for the last argumentation question, Sumu felt that it looked familiar. F***ck. Isn't this Goldbach's conjecture? In the parallel world before Sumu, this proof problem named Goldbach's conjecture was also a difficult problem that troubled mankind for hundreds of years. The question looks simple. A. Any even number equals 6 can be expressed as the sum of 2 odd prime numbers. B. Any odd number equals 9 can be expressed as the sum of 3 odd prime numbers. It's just a paragraph, less than 100 words. But speaking of it, no matter whether it is the previous parallel world or this world, no one has been able to prove the Goldbach conjecture. In this world, this conjecture was also proposed by a Western mathematician named Goldbach, so it is also called the Goldbach conjecture. In recent years, Ma Jun has also been dedicated to studying the Goldbach conjecture. He feels that today's students are too arrogant. Often they set their sights too high and think they can do anything. So he has given his students this Goldbach conjecture every year in the past 2 years, just to warn his students that there are still many things in this world that you cannot solve. Sumu raised his head and stared at the blackboard, and couldn't help but frowned. Wang Xinyu was still struggling with the post in the Tieba forum, so how could he have the energy to work on the questions? Third brother, huh? Shit. Wang Xinyu was also shocked when he saw Sumu pick up a pen and calculate on the draft paper. Third brother, can you solve such a difficult problem? Wang Xinyu looked at the people around him, some of whom were top students, all looking at the blackboard with sad faces. It's really difficult, but I think I have done it. Sumu didn't expect that the learning god's skills would be so powerful that he even solved the Goldbach conjecture. He had seen some proofs of the Goldbach conjecture in his original world, but those proofs were not perfect. Now he saw the Goldbach conjecture again, and thought of the proofs he had seen before, and he also conceived a way to crack it in his mind. He calculated it on paper, and the whole solution was quite smooth, without any lag. No, third brother, this is not important. What is important is the black gold card for the private room. Wang Xinyu was still struggling with the black gold card, not realizing at all that Sumu had solved the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 major mathematical problems that had troubled scientists around the world for hundreds of years. Teacher, you can't be like this. I've seen this question before. It's the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world. Chen Lin, the recognized academic master in the class, also stood up and said to Professor Ma on the podium, When everyone in the class heard what Chen Lin said, they were instantly shocked. That's what I was saying. I have no idea how to solve this problem. It turns out this is one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world. So many famous mathematicians have been unable to solve it for hundreds of years. How can I solve it? It turns out it's not that I can't do it, it's that the questions are too difficult. The class was filled with complaints, but after learning that this was one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world, the students seemed to have found reasons why they couldn't solve it. Professor, Sumu has made it. Tao Yang, who was sitting not far away, also secretly overheard the conversation between Sumu and Wang Xinyu. Now hearing Chen Lin say that this is the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 major difficult problems in the world, Tao Yang stood up and pointed at Sumu and said. Tao Yang said in front of the whole class that Sumu had solved the problem, but in fact he wanted to see Sumu embarrassed. What? Sumu figured it out. Impossible. This is Goldbach's conjecture, which has stumped countless mathematicians for hundreds of years. Can Sumu figure it out? Chen Lin also said with a look of disdain. That's right. This is the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 most difficult problems in mathematics. How did he solve it? Who is Sumu? A girl whispered to the classmate next to her. It's the one from class 2, the one who's really handsome and looks really cool. Oh, it's him. There was quite a stir in the class. After all, it was the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world. If Sumu could really prove the Goldbach conjecture, not only would it shock the entire school, but the whole world would probably be shocked by him. Professor Ma on the podium also pushed his glasses up on his nose with his hand. Who among you is called Sumu? Professor Ma was a little curious, but he didn't think Sumu could prove the Goldbach conjecture. Sumu also gave a slightly wry smile and stood up from his seat. He looked at Professor Ma Jun with gray hair on his temples and bowed slightly. Hello, Professor. My name is Sumu. You solved the Goldbach conjecture. Professor Ma stared at Sumu curiously and asked. I have an idea, but I don't know if it's right. At this point, Sumu chose not to keep a low profile anymore. If someone wants to see him make a fool of himself, he will slap them hard in the face. It's just the Goldbach conjecture. Let me prove it for you. Oh. Really? Tell me about it. Professor Ma Jun's eyes lit up when he heard Sumu say this. He thought Sumu was very good. Although the question is difficult, someone has to prove it is not true. I am not afraid of not being able to solve it, I am just afraid that no one will solve it. It's a good thing that young people have ideas. Sumu was not afraid. He looked at the blackboard, then looked at the classmates who were looking at him, and then walked straight to the podium. Picking up the chalk, Sumu wrote quickly on the blackboard. He's really good at pretending. Let's see what he does later. Zhang He was also sarcastic, with a sinister expression on his face. He was particularly looking forward to Sumu making a fool of himself. After all, it was the Goldbach conjecture that had stumped all mathematicians throughout the ages. How could Sumu prove it? You did a great job on this. Zhang He looked at Tao Yang beside him and praised him. Tao Yang was also like a dog licker. This Sumu bumped into Brother He last time, so making him look bad in public today can be considered as helping Brother He vent his anger. Wang Xinyu and Zhu Yuan also frowned and turned their heads to stare at Tao Yang and Zhang He. F***ck, I think they deserve a beating. Zhu Yuan had a bad temper. If he wasn't in class, he might have rushed up and beaten Tao Yang up. This is bad, third brother must have taken the wrong medicine. This is Goldbach's conjecture. Wang Xinyu also said with a wry smile. Although he believed in Sumu, this was one of the 3 most difficult problems in mathematics after all. How could such half-baked college students like them write such a thing? But how could he know that Sumu was no longer the Sumu he knew? Sumu stood in front of the blackboard and quickly wrote answers on the blackboard with the chalk in his hand. Professor Ma didn't care much at first. He didn't think Sumu could prove the Goldbach conjecture. But half a minute later, when Sumu wrote most of the proof on the blackboard, Professor Ma was stunned. Great. Professor Ma looked at Sumu's solution carefully, while also rapidly calculating in his mind. The ideas are clear and the methods are easy to understand. Professor Ma has been studying the Goldbach conjecture for many years. Although he has not made any breakthroughs, he still knows a lot of theoretical knowledge. Everyone in the class was stunned when they saw Professor Ma's expression change. No way. Could it be that Sumu really has proved it? Looking at Professor Ma's expression, even if there is no solution, I guess the solution is not bad, right? Isn't Sumu a poor student? I remember he even failed advanced mathematics last year. Sumu is really handsome. Here, Sumu wrote all his proof plans on the blackboard, and Professor Ma Jun's expression became more and more excited. There is nothing wrong with the previous problem-solving ideas and processes. There is no problem in handling the turning points later. Yes. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Professor Ma was as excited as a child. After all, this was the Goldbach conjecture. He followed Sumu's thoughts and instantly felt enlightened. Yes, that's it. Professor Ma was looking at the problem-solving process on the blackboard while muttering to himself. Although his voice was not loud, the students sitting in the front row heard it clearly. Oh my God! Did Sumu really solve the Goldbach conjecture? Professor Ma said this to mean that this proof is correct. What Professor Ma said just now is right, that's it. The students in the front row also acted as messengers, and everyone in the class was a little confused. Holy crap! Is this true? This is Goldbach's conjecture. Isn't it one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world? How can it be proved so easily? Sumurin is so handsome and smart, he is really amazing. Most of the girls in the class are crazy about flowers. They had always coveted Sumu's looks. Now if Sumu could really solve the Goldbach conjecture, he would have a bright future. Student Sumu, how did you come up with this method? Professor Ma looked at Sumu, his voice trembling a little. The whole proof is very smooth. If nothing unexpected happens, this can definitely be regarded as a successful proof of the Goldbach conjecture. I thought about it casually, and it feels like this. After Sumu said this, Professor Ma did not doubt anything else. Mathematical proofs are often based on a sudden inspiration. Don't talk about the world's 3 major problems. This kind of thing really requires luck. But everyone else in the class was stunned. Listen, is this human language? This is the Goldbach conjecture. You proved it just by thinking about it casually. I used to believe that God was fair, until I saw Sumu. F***ck. Third brother, is this true? Does the proof of the Goldbach conjecture really work? Wang Xinyu was also dumbfounded. He thought Sumu was just joking, but he didn't expect Sumu to be serious. This is Goldbach's conjecture. How many famous mathematicians in ancient and modern times have been stumped by this question? Was it proved by Sumu just like that? Classmates, Sumu's proof is likely to have proved the Goldbach conjecture. But the specific situation still needs to be verified. Professor Ma was very excited. While he was talking, he took out his cell phone and took pictures of Sumu's answers on the blackboard. When Professor Ma said this, the whole class went wild. Professor Ma said this because he has always been a cautious person. Although he believed that this was the most ideal proof of the Goldbach conjecture, if he did not get the approval of others, he could not rashly say that this was the most correct proof of the Goldbach conjecture. However, Professor Ma's meaning was still understandable. He agreed with Sumu's proof. Professor Ma was so excited that he immediately dropped the class. He first had a brief chat with Sumu, and then left in a hurry. Proof of Goldbach's conjecture. If everyone agrees that this is the most reasonable proof, it would be the biggest news in the mathematics world. In fact, domestic mathematics has always been looked down upon by foreign countries. Isn't it because there is little progress in solving difficult problems? If Sumu's proof method is recognized, then Sumu, who has solved one of the world's 3 major problems, will definitely become the most influential young person today. As Sumu's teacher, Ma Jun felt that he had the capital to brag to those old guys. On the other hand, Sumu actually didn't care. Famous? He definitely doesn't want to be famous. He now has a house, a car, and savings, and lives a low-key life happily. If he really becomes famous, he will still have a lot of trouble. Tao Yang and Zhang He were both dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it was real. Damn it. This is one of the 3 major problems in the world, the Goldbach conjecture. Proof means proof. Are you playing? I originally wanted to see Sumu make a fool of himself, but now, everyone in the class is surrounding Sumu, and they can't wait to be his little licker. Sumu, you are too amazing, aren't you? This is one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world. If this is proven to be true, then your future will be limitless. Yes. I remember last time someone proved a conjecture and was later promoted to associate professor. Hiss. Everyone around gasped. That's an associate professor. If Sumu is also promoted to associate professor, that would be a huge step forward. Everyone has some ulterior motives in their hearts. While Sumu is not yet famous and they can still get him, can't they just flatter him a little? Zhang He and Tao Yang also lowered their heads and wanted to leave, but Zhu Yuan walked straight to Zhang He. He grabbed Zhang He's collar with one hand. What do you want to do? Zhang He was also afraid of Zhu Yuan. After all, his body, which was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, could not compare to the muscular Zhu Yuan. Behave yourself, you bastard. If I find out that you are the one behind something, I will punish you. Zhu Yuan's temper is much better now. If it were in the past, he would have slapped him in the face long ago. Zhang He twitched his eyebrows, feeling very embarrassed. But there is no way. Who made him unable to defeat Zhu Yuan? But Tao Yang, who was standing next to him, was slapped in the face by Zhu Yuan. You know why I slapped you? Zhu Yuan pointed his finger at Tao Yang's nose and said, stop being a dog for others, okay? It's disgusting. How dare Tao Yang confront Zhu Yuan? This guy is the one who dares to press Zhang He onto the bed and beat him. Go away. After Zhu Yuan said this, Zhang He and Tao Yang also slipped away in shame. Let me take care of the black gold card issue for the private room. Sumu also posted directly on the school forum and post bar. I'm Sumu, and that private room black gold card is mine. Whether it's fake or not, I don't need to say more. You'll find out this afternoon. Sumu's words were a bit arrogant. Today is only Thursday, and the competition has to wait until Saturday afternoon. How can we find out this afternoon? How can we prove it? Could it be possible that the official League of Legends will issue a statement on Weibo? What do you mean by no need to say more? I think you just don't dare to say it. How can you, Sumu, get a black gold card for a private room worth millions? That's right. Who is Sumu? I've never heard of him. I've heard of him. He's the sophomore who's pretty handsome and has a cool temperament. Just because you're handsome, can you get a limited edition black gold card for a private room with only 5 copies? Let me tell you, no one who currently has this card is worth less than several billion. In the Tieba forum, Sumu's post immediately became popular. However, 9 out of 10 people came to accuse Sumu of being vain and trying to show off with a fake black gold card for a private room. Of course, there are also a few girls who are more crazy about him and they choose to support Sumu unconditionally. I think this card is real. A female student named, Be Your Peppa Pig, said something under Sumu's post, which soon caused a commotion among many people. Mainly, Be Your Page is none other than the senior school beauty Yen Ru. Speaking of Yen Ru, she is the absolute goddess of Haida University. Her family owns a 5-star hotel chain, and she is a wealthy lady worth at least tens of billions. With a good figure and high appearance, many boys in Haida University secretly regard Yen Ru as their only goddess. F***CK. Third brother, Goddess Yen Ru spoke for you. Goddess Yen Ru. Who is that? Sumu was not interested in such campus gossip, as he did not know Yen Ru. F***CK, third brother, you are not kidding, are you? You don't even know Goddess Yen Ru. She is the school beauty in our senior year, she is so beautiful. I tell you, there is no one in the school who can compare with Yen Ru. There is no one who can compare. Wang Xinyu was extremely excited. He is quite reserved and knows almost all the gossip about the school beauties on campus. Oh, really? What did she say? Sumu looked at Wang Xinyu and asked. Goddess Yen Ru said she believes in you. What else? No more. Sumu also smiled slightly. Okay, I understand. Well, I thought there was something wrong, what's the fuss? Third brother, being trusted by Goddess Yen Ru, don't you feel a little bit disturbed? Wang Xinyu came up and poked Sumu with his arm. What kind of fluctuations can there be? Sumu laughed, but she has a good vision, unlike those people who have little experience and short-sightedness. As Sumu was talking, he packed up his things and walked out of the classroom with Wang Xinyu and the others. By the way, third brother, you said you would let them know whether this is true or not in the afternoon. Do you have any good ideas? Keep it a secret. Sumu looked at Wang Xinyu, whose face was full of anticipation, and said with a chuckle. Wang Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Third brother, what's so secretive about this? Tell me. Why are you in such a hurry? Won't you know it this afternoon? Sumu just kept it to himself and Wang Xinyu didn't ask any further questions. After lunch, Sumu went home and took a nap. He has 2 classes in the afternoon, and he plans to drive his Lamborghini Veneno there. Some people really think I'm easy to bully if I don't slap them in the face. The corners of Sumu's mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but think so in his heart. After taking a nap at noon, Sumu took a look at the posts on the Tieba forum when he got up. The post he posted before has now been pinned to the top of the list, and almost everyone in Haida University knows about it. Who is Sumu? I've never heard of it. Holy shit. Is the black gold card in the private room his? Didn't you say that the issue price of that card alone was 660,000? And now it's sold for more than 1 million on the black market. I really want to see how he proves that the card is real. To be honest, someone who can own that card must be worth at least several billion, right? Several billions worth. Damn it. If I had so much money, why would I be studying here? Now there are 2 options for him. One is to prove that he is a billionaire, and the other is to issue an official statement admitting that his card is genuine. Sumu didn't expect that students would be so gossipy now. Isn't it just a private room black gold card? He is worth tens of billions, doesn't he deserve it? If you tell them that you own a Thompson Epine building. Ha. Sumu raised the corners of his mouth and couldn't help but smile. From upstairs to the underground parking garage, Sumu drove his Lamborghini Poison directly. He was wondering if he was really too low-key before. As soon as the accelerator was stepped on, the sound of Lamborghini's Poison also echoed throughout the underground garage. At the entrance of Haida University, the black Lamborghini Poison instantly attracted everyone's attention. F***CK. What did I see? Lamborghini is Poison. Damn. We still have such a top-rich young man in our school. Why are you so excited? Is this car expensive? Can you please remove it? This is Lamborghini Poison, brother. A supercar worth more than 100 million, do you think it is expensive? More than 100 million. Damn it. Awesome. Nima, there are so many rich people in Haidu. If I were rich, I would drive a supercar to school. It would be so cool. The school security guard was also stunned. When he saw the poisonous Lamborghini driving towards him, he quickly opened the door for Sumu. Apart from anything else, he, a small security guard, couldn't afford to offend a rich second generation of this level. The school here is also lively. In less than 5 minutes, almost everyone in the school saw the poisonous photo of Sumu's Lamborghini. Haida University is quite big. It takes more than 10 minutes to drive from the school gate to the teaching building. Rich people drive to class, while poor people ride bikes to class. Wang Xinyu and several people in the dormitory had already arrived in the classroom, and they happened to see someone in the group discussing the poisonous Lamborghini in the school. Holy shit, this is so handsome. Lamborghini is poisonous. Even if my old man goes bankrupt, he probably won't be able to afford this car, right? Wang Xinyu screamed excitedly when he saw the car. After all, we are young people, who doesn't like supercars? Not to mention Lamborghini Poison. Let me go, fourth brother, do you think this car might belong to third brother? Xiaoliu Zhou Su also asked excitedly. Before Wang Xinyu said anything, Zhang He, who was sitting not far away, said a little bit, I'll give it back to your third brother. If this belongs to Sumu, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. A person like Zhang He is someone who doesn't go to bed for 3 days. When Zhu Yuan heard him speak, she directly made a gesture towards him with her fists. Not to mention, Zhang He was really afraid of Zhu Yuan. When he saw Zhu Yuan gesticulating his fist towards him, he immediately lowered his head and shut up and stopped talking. But Zhou Su was just joking. After all, this is a top-notch supercar, a Lamborghini Poison worth more than 100 million. If this belongs to Sumu, how much money does Sumu have? If you can afford this car, it's worth less than 5 billion, don't even think about it. After all, Lamborghini Veneno is not something you can buy with money. Without some background, can you buy this car? Don't even think about it. Others don't know about Sumu's situation, so how could they not know? Although Sumu has moved out now, they lived in the same dormitory for a whole year before. Zhou Su still remembered that Sumu was particularly poor 1 month ago and never asked for meat during meals. Later, he found out that Sumu was very poor that month and only had 300 yuan left for living expenses. Later, the whole dormitory took turns to treat Sumu to dinner, which helped Sumu get through that month. So, the Lamborghini Veneno belongs to Sumu. It's impossible to think about it, right? What if, yes? Wang Xinyu's eyes lit up, and he murmured, "Shit, what if this car really belongs to third brother? Then wouldn't we be able to drive a Lamborghini Veneno, too? Old 4, I think your chance of winning this is even lower than the chance of winning the lottery." The eldest brother Du Kong was originally watching Douyin with his head down, and he also said something here. No malice, just being realistic. After all, none of them knew Sumu's current situation very well. Sumu drove the Duda directly to the roadside parking space next to the school teaching building. F***CK. This car has driven to the teaching building. It's right downstairs. There are also people in the group who are constantly posting updates about Lamborghini Veneno. The atmosphere in the class is quite lively now, after all, it's Lamborghini Venom. A supercar worth hundreds of millions, who wouldn't want to know who the owner of this car is? Many people in the class had already run out. They also wanted to see with their own eyes who had driven a Lamborghini Veneno worth hundreds of millions into the school. What the hell? The Lamborghini Veneno can be seen parked in the corridor outside the building. After Sumu parked the car, he waited for 2 minutes before opening the door and getting out. Sumu changed into Givenchy casual clothes and wore a pair of sunglasses. The most important thing is that he got off the Lamborghini Veneno. F***CK. It's really Sumu. In the corridor, everyone who saw Sumu coming out of the car was stunned. Wang Xinyu and the others were also in the corridor. In fact, as Sumu's roommates, they were also dumbfounded. The Lamborghini Veneno actually belongs to Sumu. Doesn't that mean that Sumu is the top rich second generation? No way. This car actually belongs to Sumu. Tao Yang also looked in disbelief. Brother do you think he rented this car? Tao Yang is an idiot, but Zhang he can't be an idiot along with him, right? F***CKU. Do you know what kind of car this is? It's Poison. A top-of-the-line supercar worth hundreds of millions. Can you rent one for me? Zhang He's face turned dark, and he even felt a little flustered. He really didn't expect that this Lamborghini Veneno belonged to Sumu. If he knew that Sumu was a rich second generation like this, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to provoke Sumu. Damn it, I was right. It really belongs to third brother. Zhou Su pinched his arm with his hand, and his whole expression became a little dazed. Didn't someone say he wanted to eat shit while standing upside down? Haha. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel. TSK. Wang Xinyu spoke loudly, and he was standing next to Zhang He. There is no doubt that Wang Xinyu was targeting Zhang Hecai. Zhang He's face turned dark, but he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he ran away in shame. How can he still have the face to be here? Besides, if Sumu targeted him again, how could he dare to challenge Sumu? Sumu walked up to the teaching building surrounded by people. Wang Xinyu and his group blocked the entrance to the corridor. F***CK. Third brother, is that car yours? Zhu Yuan looked at Sumu and shouted loudly. Sumu had anticipated this scene. He frowned, looked up at everyone, and said with a wry smile, "Second brother, please speak softly." Third brother, is this Lamborghini Venom? Wang Xinyu was very excited. To be honest, he felt that he might never be able to afford to drive a supercar that only the second-generation rich could afford. But, he really didn't expect that Sumu was actually the invisible top-rich second generation. Aha. Sumu nodded without comment. He can't deny that the car isn't poison, right? Even if Wang Xinyu is easy to fool, it's not easy to fool others, right? Third brother, you deceived us so badly. Zhou Su also came over and asked, so the top second-generation rich people like to play like this? I wasn't pretending to be poor at that time, I was really poor. Sumu didn't know how to explain it to them. He couldn't possibly say that he had traveled from another parallel world, and that the cell phone he carried with him had mutated, right? Even if I tell them, they won't believe it. Let's be frank. I'm going to inherit my second master's inheritance. Sumu also found a suitable reason to talk to them. Ah. Everyone was stunned. Inherited the estate. But, this reason does make sense. After all, which top second-generation rich kid would pretend to be poor as seriously as Sumu? The other students in the class also gathered around Sumu, licking him one by one. Hey, stop, 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 I'm going to treat everyone in our department to a good time tonight. Sumu was not a stingy person. He looked at the people surrounding him and spoke directly. Master Su is awesome. Master Su will pay for all the expenses tonight. Mr. Su, do you need a girlfriend? How about I be your girlfriend? Mr. Su, I just want to be the pendant on your leg. Sumu was also a little speechless. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have wanted to be so high profile. Let's all go to class first. Sumu waved his hand, looked at everyone and said softly. Since Sumu had spoken, no one else dared to say anything else and they all walked into the classroom. This class is an English class, and the English teacher is said to be a beautiful teacher who just returned from abroad. After all, it was the teacher's first class, and Sumu didn't want to embarrass the teacher because of his own affairs. Today is Yu Weiwei's first day of classes at Haida University. When she just walked to the teaching building, she saw the Lamborghini Veneno parked in the parking space. No way. Driving a Lamborghini Veneno to class. Are the rich second generations in China so high profile now? Yu Weiwei's family is not bad. Her father is in the foreign trade business and can earn tens of millions a year. My mother is a professor at Haida University and is considered a well-known scholar in China. As for herself, she has been studying abroad since she was a child, and returned to China to develop her career right after graduation. She can afford a Lamborghini, but a Lamborghini Veneno, just think about it. After all, the average Lamborghini only costs a few million, or at most tens of millions. But poison is simply out of stock. Is everyone in China so rich now? Yu Weiwei murmured something and walked straight towards the classroom. Third brother, no wonder you moved out of the dormitory. It turns out you got rich. Wang Xinyu, who was sitting next to Sumu, also teased Sumu. Is it all right? Sumu didn't know what to say. Third brother, you haven't told me where you live now. Wang Xinyu laughed and said, with your current wealth, the best you can buy is Tianji Villa near the school, right? You really got it right. Sumu laughed, I just bought it, a 300 square meter apartment, for more than 20 million. Now that everything has been revealed, Sumu told him directly. I'm fucking rich. Wang Xinyu had just said that casually, but it turned out that Sumu not only really lived in Tianji Villa, but also spent more than 20 million to buy it. Third brother, this is a typical case of revenge spending after becoming rich. Zhou Su also interjected, his eyes full of envy. A mansion worth more than 20 million yuan is enough to make everyone envious, right? How many people in Haida struggled all their lives but still couldn't afford to buy a house? But how old is Sumu? I'm only 20 years old this year. Living in a mansion worth more than 20 million yuan and driving a supercar worth hundreds of millions of yuan, he is definitely a winner in life. I say, third brother, you spent so much money, why don't you buy Thompson's first-class wine? Du Kong also asked casually. Well, my second master left me a building in Thompson first class. Sumu didn't hide it. When he said this, everyone was stunned. What the hell? A building. Wang Xinyu stood up directly, and his voice was a little loud because he couldn't control his emotions. Everyone in the class turned around and looked at Wang Xinyu, but although they heard Wang Xinyu say a building, they didn't hear clearly which building it was. Sumu has a building. Is that true? That must be true. He came here in a Lamborghini Veneno. What's so strange about owning a building? Oh my God, God is so unfair. He's handsome, but he's also so smart. He's smart, but how can he be a top second-generation rich man? A building. If it's in Haidu, wouldn't it be worth tens of billions? Everyone in the class was thinking about it, especially the good-looking female students, who were all thinking about how to become Sumu's girlfriend. What? Yu Weiwei walked into the classroom holding an English book. She just heard what Wang Xinyu shouted outside. A building. What's the meaning? F***ck. This English teacher is so pretty. Everyone's attention in the classroom was attracted by Yu Weiwei. Sumu also looked up at Yu Weiwei. She is indeed a beautiful teacher. He doesn't look very old, probably around 23 or 24 at most. Tall, fair skin, long hair, flaming red lips, long legs, and a slim waist. Hello everyone, I'm your new English teacher, my name is Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei was very calm and briefly introduced herself to everyone in English. The pronunciation is very pure and the voice is particularly sweet. This English teacher is good. Sumu stared at Yu Weiwei for a while, then whispered something to Wang Xinyu next to him. Third brother, how about you and her have a touching teacher-student romance? Wang Xinyu also chuckled and teased in a low voice. Nima, don't you want to watch the game? Sumu rolled his eyes at Wang Xinyu, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his smile seemed to have a hint of devilish charm. The English class is not interesting, but the English teacher is quite good. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a sweet voice. Sumu now possesses the skills of a genius student, and his photographic memory has enabled him to make rapid progress in learning English. After the English class, Sumu spent most of his time looking at Yu Weiwei instead of listening to the class. After school, Sumu fulfilled his promise. 15 tables of banquet were set up in a hotel near the school. There are 150 people in their department, and one table can accommodate 10 people just right. However, Zhang He and Tao Yang did not come. After all, even if they came, Sumu might not welcome them. As they drank and chatted, everyone naturally became Sumu's little lickers. Actually, this is not surprising. Just like if the richest man in China, Ma Xiaoyun, is your classmate and he invites you to dinner, would you lick him? Don't hesitate, just lick it. Wouldn't it be great if he could help you pay with Huabei? Although Sumu is not Ma Xiaoyun, he is by everyone's side after all. Besides, Sumu's wealth is definitely top-notch. Lamborghini Venom. This level of supercar can't be afforded simply by having money. If your background is not impressive, can you buy it? I saw from the beginning that young Master Su was extraordinary. As expected, young Master Su is a rare talent. Master Su is awesome. I'm not good at talking, I toast you with this cup, I'll drink it, Master Su, do whatever you want. Mr. Su. Well, although they all said so, Sumu knew how many of them were sincere. But people speak the same way to different people. Sumu understood this bit of life experience. Sumu didn't put on airs with them, after all, they were classmates. As long as they are not like Zhang He and Tao Yang, Sumu will not do anything to them. After dinner, Sumu invited everyone to go to Future Bar to have fun. F***ck. Third brother, I suddenly remembered something. As everyone arrived at the bar, Wang Xinyu suddenly remembered the short video that went viral on TikTok that day. Third brother, you were the one who saved the beautiful girl here that day, right? After Wang Xinyu said this, everyone in the dormitory reacted. Yeah, that's what I was saying. How can there be two people in the world who look so similar? Third brother, this is your fault. We are brothers. When I asked you that day, you said it wasn't you. Zhou Su also drank a little too much and said with a red face. I, your third brother, want to keep a low profile. But since some people want to slap us brothers in the face, it won't be a good idea for me to keep a low profile. Sumu put his arm around Zhou Su's shoulders and whispered in his ear. Indeed, third brother, didn't you see how Zhang He looked when he saw you coming down from the poison? Haha, it was like he had eaten shit. After Zhou Su said this, everyone burst into laughter. The bar manager naturally remembered Sumu. After all, Sumu made quite a commotion here that night. If Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen hadn't come out later, they might have really offended Sumu. Later, the bar staff realized that the car he was driving was a Koenigsegg 11. If they offend this kind of person, they will have to close their bar. When Sumu came today, the bar manager Bao Lei accompanied him throughout the whole process, giving Sumu enough face. Sumu had drunk a little wine before, and tonight was his home night. I caused trouble here last time, so I took it as my fault. So, what's the most expensive wine here? Sumu looked at the manager standing next to him and said directly. Chow Lei was also stunned for a moment, then he bent over and came forward respectfully. Mr. Su, the most expensive set meal here is 18,800. Okay, just this set meal, send one to each table. Ah. One for each table. Bao Lei was also stunned. They have a total of 100 booths here, and if each table gets one free booth, that would be 1.8 or 1.9 million. Yes, one for each table. Sumu crossed his legs and said, also, let me tell you that I will pay for all the food tonight. As a human being, just be happy. When Bao Lei heard Sumu say this, he smiled flatteringly. Young Master Su is so arrogant. The last person who was so extravagant here was Zhou Tsong, who spent more than 2 million in one night. But tonight, Sumu might break this record. Just giving each table a set meal would cost nearly 1.9 million new Taiwan dollars. Not to mention, he paid for the entire meal. After all, Future is the largest bar club in Haidu, and the total consumption for one night is at least 2 to 3 million. If Sumu keeps spending money like this, he won't be able to leave this door unless he loses 5 or 6 million today. Bao Lei did doubt Sumu's financial strength, but when he thought about how Sumu could even afford Koenigsegg 11, wouldn't spending 5 or 6 million be a piece of cake for him? Okay, Mr. Su, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Bao Lei also quickly notified everyone about this matter. F***CK. Third brother, how much is this going to cost you? Yes, third brother, although you are rich now, as a brother, I still have to remind you to be moderate. Indeed. At least 5 or 6 million for this night, right? It's enough to buy a Neo. The people in Sumu's dormitory sat in a booth. They had a good relationship with each other and spoke their minds directly. Sumu knew that they were doing this for his own good, but, on the other hand, he really had too much money to spend. The key point is that his money really came from the wind. Even if it cost 5 or 6 million, Sumu wouldn't feel bad about it. Forget about it in the future, but tonight, let's just be happy. Sumu picked up his glass and toasted his roommates. Friends, I have good news for you. In the center of the second floor stage, the DJ who was creating the atmosphere was also extremely excited. Tonight, young Master Su will pay for all the expenses. As young Master Su said, the most important thing in life is to have fun. Let's party together. It's true, the DJ at Future Bar is really good at creating an atmosphere. The atmosphere of the whole venue was instantly ignited. In the middle of the dance floor, hundreds of people were partying. Although they didn't know who Su Xiao was, someone was paying for today's consumption, so wasn't it worth their revelry? In the middle of the dance floor, Yu Weiwei was also stunned. She looked at her best friend and asked directly, Yaya, who is this Su Xiao? I don't know either. Oh, who cares who he is? Just be happy. Suya is Yu Weiwei's best friend and her family is not bad either. So, to celebrate Yu Weiwei's first day of class today, she dragged Yu Weiwei to Future Bar to have fun. Wait a minute, I think I saw students from our school. Yu Weiwei looked towards the booth, and as luck would have it, she saw Sumu sitting there. Although today is Yu Weiwei's first day teaching Sumu and the others, her memory is not bad. Especially Sumu, who actually left a deep impression on her today. He is handsome, and has a rather cool temperament. During class, Yu Weiwei also felt that Sumu was always staring at her. You are really dishonest. You are so young, and you are having fun in the bar. Although Yu Weiwei is not very old and almost grew up abroad, she is still quite conservative after all. If Suya hadn't insisted on dragging her to the bar today, she really didn't want to come to a place like a bar. His name seems to be Sumu. Could it be him, Mr. Su? Yu Weiwei couldn't help but think so in her heart. F***CK. Third brother, guess who I saw? Here, Sumu and his friends were sitting in the booth drinking and showing off, but Zhou Su glanced towards the dance floor several times. When he was sure that it was Yu Weiwei he saw, Zhou Su also shouted with a red face. Who is it? You look so excited. Did you see your girlfriend? Wang Xinyu also made a joke. Fourth brother, let's talk business. Zhou Su rolled his eyes at Wang Xinyu and said with a grin, Yu Weiwei is our new English teacher. After Zhou Su said this, the people sitting in the booths became excited. Is it true? Where is it? Du Kang was the first to look up. Boss, you don't like being called a sultry person, so why are you interested in Weiwei? Zhu Yuan, who was sitting next to Du Kang, also teased him. How dare I be interested in her? She's our third child's. Du Kang also looked at Su Mu and said something. However, as he spoke, Du Kang's face turned red. It was unclear whether it was because he drank too much or because of Zhu Yuan's teasing. But then again, any normal man would have some thoughts about Yu Weiwei, right? Su Mu had a pretty good impression of Weiwei. But if it's a teacher-student relationship, isn't that a bit evil? A group of people here also played until late at night. Tomorrow is Friday, but there are no classes all day, so it's not a big deal. Su Mu found 30 or 40 taxis and asked Wang Xinyu and others to make sure to send everyone back to school safely. Su Mu on the other hand directly bought a membership card at Future and topped up 10 million yuan into it. The cost of booking the entire theater tonight is about 5 or 6 million, and Su Mu's current net worth means he can't default on the debt. It's too troublesome to wait for them to close and then settle the bill, so it's better to just put some money in it. You can just deduct the money from the card for tonight's spending. Su Mu said as he looked at Bao Lei who was standing respectfully beside him. How could Bao Lei dare to have any other ideas? Su Mu is definitely the god of wealth. 10 million can be recharged at will, just for Su Mu's arrogance. If you say that Su Mu doesn't have a big background, he doesn't believe it. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Bao Lei nodded and responded. He didn't dare to embezzle the money. All the consumption lists for tonight would be sorted out and sent to Su Mu. After all, these young masters lack everything except money. As long as they come to play often, there are plenty of opportunities to make money. If they knew that he was playing tricks or something, he would be in big trouble. Su Mu nodded, and asked the designated driver to drive him back in his Lamborghini Veneno. When Bao Lei saw Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno, his eyes widened. As expected of Master Su. It's actually the Lamborghini Venom. As for the designated driver, he also trembled when he saw the car. Damn it. Driving a Lamborghini Veneno. If it gets bumped or scratched, even with insurance, it won't be able to compensate. Sir, I can't drive your car. The designated driver looked at the Lamborghini Veneno with envy. Although he wanted to try it out, if something went wrong, even if he sold it to Su Mu, it wouldn't be enough to compensate. Can't open it or don't dare to open it. Su Mu looked at the designated driver and asked directly. No, dare to open it. The designated driver also spoke haltingly. That's fine, just drive. You don't have to pay for any damage. Su Mu drank a lot, so he definitely couldn't open it by himself. Although it's not a big problem for him, he still understands that he can't drink while driving, and he can't drive after drinking. Su Mu had already said so, and the chauffeur didn't act coy anymore. Lamborghini poison. In this life, he can prescribe poison once, and he can brag to others for the rest of his life. If he hesitated tonight, he might never be able to drive such a top-notch supercar in his life, right? Tianji Villa. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Mu also said softly. Okay, brother, sit down. The chauffeur was sitting in the driver's seat with a very excited expression. But, excited as he was, he didn't dare to drive too fast. Although Su Mu said he would not let him pay for the crash, Su Mu drank too much after all. If it really happened, that would be a different matter. From the entrance of Future Bar to Tianji Villa, it only takes about 15 minutes for Su Mu to drive by himself. It was late at night and there were not many cars on the road yet, so the driver drove for more than half an hour. When you get off the car, you can clearly see that the driver's hands are shaking. Sir, we're here. Following Su Mu's instructions, the representative also parked the car in the underground garage. Su Mu nodded and got out of the passenger seat. After stretching, he felt sleepy coming over him unconsciously. Thanks. As Su Mu spoke, he took out more than a dozen $100 bills from his wallet and handed them over. "I'm sorry to bother you at this late hour. You can take these for a late-night snack or something." The chauffeur also took the money from Sumu with excitement on his face. So rich. So awesome. He looked at Sumu's back and thought unconsciously. He also often acts as a substitute for other rich young masters in Haidu, but there is really no rich second generation like Sumu. This tip is 1 or 2,000. It's so cool to have money. The chauffeur couldn't help but be very envious. Sumu went home directly and washed up briefly. "I can fish again." Sumu looked at the time, sat on the bed and opened recreational fishing with some anticipation. Just press the fishing button and throw the rod out. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Congratulations to the player for acquiring a 100% stake in the Michelin 3-star restaurant Ming Go, worth 5 billion yuan. A prompt appeared on the phone screen, and Sumu was stunned for a moment. Ming Pavilion is mine now. Damn it. Sumu glanced around, and sure enough he saw a craft paper file bag at the end of the bed. Sumu opened it and saw that what was inside was not Minga's share subscription document. With 100% control, Sumu became the only big boss of Mingo. Minga is the only restaurant in Haida City that has been awarded 3 Michelin stars. Its per capita consumption is almost 5 to 6,000 yuan. Of course, per capita consumption is destined to be just ordinary consumption. In a place like Minga, if you want to eat well, it is impossible to spend tens of thousands of yuan. Sumu is also a native of Haidu, so of course he knows Minga. "I heard that if you want to eat at Minga, you have to make a reservation first. Sometimes you have to wait several months before you can get a reservation." While Sumu was thinking, he also placed Minga's equity subscription book directly in the drawer of the bedside table. He drank a lot at night, and he was very sleepy now. Who cares about Minga and Hang? Go to bed first and wait until you wake up tomorrow. Slept until 11 in the morning. After waking up, he saw Chu Yao sending him a message. "Do you have time to have dinner together in the evening? It's at Minga." The message was sent around 10 o'clock, and Sumu didn't see it until he woke up. Mingo. That 3-star Michelin restaurant. Sumu sent a message back. "Yes, are you going?" Chu Yao responded to Sumu's message instantly. She had dinner with Sumu last time, and she would talk to Sumu if she had anything to do. "Are you just following me? Then I'll treat you to food." Sumu thought that he was going to Ming Pavilion, and Ming Pavilion belonged to him now. "That's not true, my best friend and her boyfriend are here too, so I'm going there alone. It's quite embarrassing." When Chu Yao said this, Sumu understood. Emotional Chu Yao is asking him to be her temporary boyfriend. But there was no class today, so Sumu didn't know what to do, so he just accepted it. "Okay, what time will it be tonight? Is it okay at 7 o'clock in the evening? You can just go there then." Chu Yao replied, and Sumu also sent an okay emoticon. There was nothing going on in the afternoon. Sumu played a few ranked games with a few people in the dormitory. Not to mention, Sumu, who has the skill of learning the god, is much better at playing games than before. Various precise calculations also made Wang Xinyu exclaim whether Sumu had used a clairvoyant device. Sumu was playing a game here, but the domestic mathematics community was shocked because of his previous casual operation. "Lao Ma, is this really proved by your students?" "It's perfect. The entire problem-solving process was flawless, the thinking was clear, and the proof can only be described as perfect." "Sophomore. How old is he?" "He can't be more than 20. He really is better than his master. This is Goldbach's conjecture. Old horse, you are really lucky now that you have encountered such a student." Professor Ma did not show the problem-solving process right away. He only confirmed that this was the most reasonable proof of Goldbach's conjecture after repeated calculations. He called all the teachers from the mathematics department of Haida University over and asked them to see where there were any problems. Then the conclusion is perfect. He also helped write the paper overnight, and it was only today that he announced the matter. Ma Jun is still well known in the domestic mathematics community. When he suddenly said that his student's victory proved Goldbach's conjecture, many people at first thought that Ma Jun's account had been hacked. After all, it is one of the 3 major problems that has troubled human mathematicians for hundreds of years. It is even a difficult problem that is considered impossible to prove. But Ma Jun suddenly said that his student's victory proved Goldbach's conjecture. Who dares to believe this? For hundreds of years, many mathematicians at home and abroad have racked their brains and failed to prove a difficult problem. How can a fresh college student prove it? But when Professor Ma sent the paper to them, everyone was dumbfounded. The proof method used by Sumu is not difficult to understand. As the masters of domestic mathematics, they can't say they can't understand it. What's more, the entire problem-solving steps are clear and not difficult to understand as long as you follow along. Lao Ma, you are only a sophomore in college, right? Ask him if he wants to come to Huaqing to study for a PhD in the future. Wu Fei, the dean of the Department of Mathematics at Huaqing University, is considered a well-known figure in the mathematics community today. He is Ma Jun's senior, and the two of them are old acquaintances. Old Wu. Are you here to steal someone from me? How could Ma Jun fail to understand the meaning of Wu Fei's words? Who wouldn't want to teach such an outstanding student as Sumu? Not to mention anything else, if he proves Goldbach's conjecture, Sumu will be the country's top mathematician in the future. Even in the world, Sumu would be regarded as one of the outstanding mathematicians. They don't have to teach Sumu anything, just giving him a title is enough to make him look good. After all, I can tell people later, you know Sumu, right? He is the mathematician who proved the Goldbach conjecture. I taught him. Old Ma, look at what you said, it all depends on the student's own wishes. Wu Fei also said shamelessly. I'm telling you, don't even think about it, I've reserved Sumu. Ma Jun also hung up Wu Fei's call directly. But within 2 minutes, Zhu Qinyan, the dean of the Department of Mathematics at Beijing University, also called. Old Ma, our Jingbei University's Department of Mathematics has a quota for a master's and doctoral program this year. Sumu from your school is pretty good. Before Zhu Qinyan could finish his words, Ma Jun hung up the phone angrily. They are all a bunch of old foxes. Is Sumu good? It's more than good. Such a good seedling only appears once in 1,000 years, so he must want to keep it for himself. Sumu had no idea that well-known mathematicians in China were looking for his contact information, and that they could even offer him a doctorate without taking an exam if Sumu agreed. After all, these old professors who have lived for most of their lives understand how much of a response Sumu's proof of the Goldbach conjecture will cause around the world. Sumu's future can be said to be promising. F***CK. Third brother, your skills are really amazing now. Wang Sinyu's excited loud voice could be heard through the headset. But it was true, they played a total of 10 ranked games in the afternoon and didn't lose a single game. You know, they are 5 rows. In the past, winning 1 out of 10 games was considered very good. Of course, being able to win 10 games in a row mainly depends on Sumu's command. He can accurately estimate the position of the opponent's jungler and then warn them in advance to prepare for defense. No more playing, I have something to do outside, let's talk about it tonight. Sumu looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock, so he was ready to go to the appointment. Ah. Third brother, why don't you play any more? I'm almost reaching Diamond 3. Wang Xinyu benefited from Sumu's help in the whole afternoon and climbed directly from Platinum to Diamond. I have a small date, as we agreed before. Sumu said this casually, and the dormitory immediately went into an uproar. F***CK. Third brother, is there any girl who can touch your heart? Yeah. Third brother, aren't you not interested in girls? To impress the third brother, she must look like a fairy, right? F***CKU, your third brother, have absolutely normal sexual orientation. Sumu also cursed with a smile. Before, Sumu gave people the impression of being handsome and aloof. During his freshman year, Sumu received a total of 68 love letters, more than 80 gifts, and more than 200 takeout meals ordered for him by girls. However, he did not read any of the love letters, and returned the gifts intact. As for the takeaway food, Sumu threw it all to the other roommates to share. To be honest, there are many girls who are as pretty as school beauties among those chasing after Sumu, but Sumu is not tempted at all. This also made everyone think that Sumu actually didn't like women at all. And because Sumu had a good relationship with several people in his dormitory, those girls who were rejected by Sumu also said behind his back that Sumu actually liked men. Well, although Sumu knew about this, he didn't explain it. Rumors stop at the wise. Some things become more and more unclear the more you explain them. After briefly tidying up, Sumu also took the elevator directly to the underground garage. The black Lamborghini Poison was parked in the parking space. I don't know if the driving guy last night was not skilled enough or he was too nervous, so he parked the car between the two parking spaces. It's okay, after all, the parking spaces here are mine. Sumu smiled bitterly and murmured softly. He bought 20 or 30 parking spaces at once. Although he currently only has one Lamborghini Poison, but he can't just have one car, right? Even the Lamborghini Poison gets tired sometimes, right? I said, "What's wrong with you, a young man?" Just as Sumu was sitting on the driver's seat, suddenly a young woman wearing high heels walked over. Her age was estimated to be in her 30s. Don't think that driving a supercar is a big deal. How can you let others park your car? Do you really think that the parking space belongs to you? The young woman looked pretty good, but she was a little bit mean. You were right, all the parking spaces in this area are mine. Sumu frowned slightly. This kind of woman looks spoiled at first glance. Does she really think she is awesome just because she is carrying an LV bag? Your man spoils you, but I don't spoil you. If you have any questions, you can go directly to the property management company. By the way, just ask him if the parking space under Unit 2 of Building 6 is for one person. After Sumu finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and passed by the young woman. The young woman was also stunned, somewhat frightened by Sumu's words. A parking space in Tianji Villa costs 500,000 yuan, and there are at least 20 or 30 parking spaces here. If this were all his, wouldn't it cost tens of millions? What are you bragging about? All these parking spaces belong to you. How much is your car worth? The young woman could not help but curl her lips and murmured softly. Her cell phone also rang here. Hey, hubby, I was bullied by a young man just now in the garage of our community. No. He parked in 2 parking spaces. He just drove a supercar. What's so big about it? I think his supercar is not more expensive than your Maybach S560. Wu Tao, who was sitting in the office, heard his prodigal woman say this, and his eyelids twitched. Is that supercar you saw black? Yes, hubby, the black one looks pretty good. Wu Tao. Wu Tao quickly sent over the photos he had taken before. Is this car? Yes, hubby, this is this car. It was driven by a young man who looks like he is only 20 years old. Wang Yanling also said something in a coy voice. Damn it. Didn't anything happen to you? No, there was just a quarrel, a conflict. Wang Yanling also heard the urgency in her husband's tone. Husband, what's wrong? Is his supercar expensive? Lamborghini is poison. A supercar worth hundreds of millions. Didn't I post it on WeChat Moments last time? Didn't you read it? Didn't see it? Wang Yanling was also frightened. Her mind was filled with what her husband had just said. A supercar worth hundreds of millions. Her husband's Maybach S560 only costs 3 to 4 million. Compared with this supercar worth hundreds of millions, it's nothing. Only then did she remember what Sumu said just now, that all the parking spaces here belong to other people. Also, if a car is worth hundreds of millions, what does it mean to buy 20 or 30 parking spaces? Sumu didn't know that his casual words had frightened the young woman. He drove directly to Minga. Minga is not very far from here, but it happens to be during the rush hour after get off work, and Haidu is the city with the most traffic jams in the country. Even if it is Lamborghini poison, it will not work when the water is blocked. Drive slower. If you hit the car in front of you, you will probably be dead. It's not that exaggerated, right? Brother, I can be considered young and promising after all. Not to mention, I still have millions of assets. The Lamborghini poison was followed by a Range Rover, and the driver was a fat man who looked like he weighed 200 pounds. There was a very thick gold chain hanging around his neck, and he was full of nouveau riche temperament. You know nothing. If I'm not mistaken, this is Lamborghini poison. It's worth hundreds of millions. I can buy 100 Land Rover like you and still turn the corner. Sitting in the passenger seat was his cousin, who was also a supercar fan. A supercar of this level like the Lamborghini Poison is instantly recognizable to anyone who loves supercars. Damn it. You didn't tell me earlier. The fat man driving the car also panicked and quickly stepped on the brakes. This is Lamborghini Poison. Although the big fat man couldn't recognize the poison, he must have heard of it. Damn, there are so many wealthy people in Haidu. But what if they prescribe poison? Don't you have to be stuck here with me? Cousin, I will never accept your mentality. It was originally only a 20-minute drive, but due to the traffic jam, it took more than 40 minutes. When we arrived at Minga, it was just 7 o'clock. However, Chu Yao, her best friend, and her best friend's boyfriend Zhang Xingyu were already waiting in the private room. Oh, let me tell you, Yao Yao, that little boyfriend of yours is a bit unreliable. Chu Yao's best friend Wei Zixuan also said something, but her dissatisfaction could be heard both in and out of her words. It's just, this is a bit too big, isn't it? We're inviting you to dinner and you're late. Do you really think you are some big shot? Zhang Xingyu also stared at Chu Yao and couldn't help but say something. He can be considered a second-generation rich man. His family owns a supermarket and has assets of nearly 100 million. But speaking of it, Zhang Xingyu can be regarded as a standard scumbag. His criterion for finding a girlfriend is that his best friend must not be beautiful. Wei Zixuan is pretty, but, as Wei Zixuan's best friend, Chu Yao is even more beautiful. They had eaten together several times before, and Zhang Xingyu was also very greedy for Chu Yao. However, he never found a chance to make a move. Zhang Xingyu had booked a private room in Ming Pavilion before, and he also thought about asking Wei Zixuan to invite Chu Yao out. Any man would be willing to do this kind of thing of showing off his identity in front of women. Isn't she a financial manager? It shouldn't be difficult if I get 2 to 3 million and put it with her to manage her finances and ask her out at the same time, right? That's what Zhang Xingyu thought in his heart. However, here Wei Zixuan told him that Chu Yao had brought her little boyfriend with her, and they would have dinner together in the evening to get acquainted. The corners of Zhang Xingyu's mouth twitched slightly. You know the shit. Although I thought so in my heart, I said, okay, no problem. Yao Yao, if you ask me, you have plenty of opportunities to meet second-generation rich people. If all else fails, just find one. Wei Zixuan looked at Chu Yao and said with a smile, as the saying goes, it's better to marry well than to study well. Look at me, my grades were not as good as yours when I was in school, but now, you can see how I'm doing, right? As Wei Zixuan spoke, he leaned towards Zhang Xingyu. Zhang Xingyu also echoed, yeah, if that doesn't work, I'll introduce you to a few reliable ones who come from well-off families. Zhang Xingyu said this, but what he actually meant was that no matter what, he would break up with you first. But Chu Yao also smiled awkwardly, no need, actually I. Before Chu Yao finished speaking, someone knocked on the door outside. The door opened, and Sumu walked into the private room under the guidance of the waiter. I'm so sorry. The road is too congested. Sumu looked at the time. The appointment was at 7 o'clock, and it was now 7 and 3 minutes late. It's okay, I understand. Zhang Xingyu is the kind of person who says one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. He had just been mocking Chu Yao and asking her to break up, but now that he saw Sumu coming, he actually said a few words enthusiastically. Did you drive here? Yeah, it's really congested. If I had known this, I would have taken the subway. Sumu said this, but Zhang Xingyu couldn't help but think, it's probably just a mid to low-end car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and he took the subway here. What a loser. He thought so in his heart, but didn't really say it out loud. Let me tell you, Ming Court is the only restaurant in Haida that has been awarded 3 Michelin stars. You have to make reservations in advance to eat here. No matter who you are, you have to queue up to make reservations. Zhang Xingyu was pretending to be so cool, crossing his legs. He looked at Sumu and said proudly, it's my treat today, so please be polite. Zhang Xingyu wanted to act like a wealthy man and show off his wealth in front of Chu Yao, so he was naturally well prepared. He has been to Minga several times. The consumption level is definitely high for ordinary people, but it is still acceptable to him. He wanted to see Sumu's expression when he looked at the menu. He wondered if he would scream in surprise if he saw that a single dish cost thousands of dollars. but he was disappointed. With Su Mu's current wealth, no matter where he eats, no matter how expensive it is, it will probably remain calm, right? Besides, Mingge is his now, so he shouldn't be surprised to eat in his own restaurant, right? Where is brother Su working? Zhang Xingyu is still quite active, but he sees that Su Mu is not very old and thinks it is impossible for him to hold an important position in a large company. The reason he asked this now was mainly because he wanted to embarrass Su Mu. I'm still in school, at Haida University, and I'm a sophomore this year. Su Mu was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said to Zhang Xingyu, "The watch on your wrist is quite nice. It should cost several $1,000s, right?" Zhang Xingyu looked at the watch on Su Mu's wrist and asked with a smile. Su Mu nodded without comment, thinking that a Patek Philippe worth 680,000 yuan would cost no more than a few thousand yuan. Su Mu didn't show off anything, he just calmly flipped over the menu. Candied sea cucumber, stir-fried wagyu beef with black pepper and mushrooms, stir-fried lobster with green onions and golden shrimp balls, and a dessert. Su Mu calmly ordered the dishes he wanted to eat, but he didn't notice that Zhang Xingyu across from him had a darker expression and was even showing signs of getting angry. "You're a poor student who has never eaten good food or what?" The corners of Zhang Xingyu's mouth twitched a few times, but he wanted to say something but didn't say it out loud. The dishes that Su Mu ordered just now were all Mingge's signature dishes. 1,880 servings of candied liao sea cucumber. Stir-fried wagyu beef with black pepper and wild mushrooms costs 2,800 yuan per serving. The fried lobster with 3 spring onions and the golden shrimp balls are 5,800 each. As for the dessert that Su Mu ordered later, it also cost about 2,000 to 3,000. Zhang Xingyu didn't dare to eat like this when he came here to eat before. The one Su Mu ordered alone would cost 10,000 or 20,000. If Chu Yao and Wei Zixuan's families were this low, he would have to spend at least 100,000 yuan on this meal. Although he has 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, he can't spend it all on one meal, right? Zhang Xingyu's face darkened and he felt a little confused. Oh, and a bottle of 10-year-old Romanée-Conti. After Su Mu said this, Zhang Xingyu, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't bear it anymore. Nima. A bottle of 10-year-old Romanée-Conti costs 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. He really treated me like a pig. Okay, Mr. Su. Zhang Xingyu couldn't help but get angry, but he swallowed the words back before he opened his mouth. The waiter who was standing next to Su Mu, half bent over with a very flattering expression on his face, said something that made him stunned. "Young Master Su." "What do you mean, young master?" Zhang Xingyu had a puzzled expression on his face. Wasn't he a poor student? How did he become Su Shao? How do you know me? Su Mu was also a little surprised. After all, he just became the big boss of Ming Pavilion last night, and today was his first time here. Logically, no one here should know him. "Mr. Su, our general manager has told us this morning that you are our big boss now. If you come to eat, we must not neglect you." The waitress spoke slowly and leisurely. Although her voice was not loud, the private room was small and the people sitting there could all hear her clearly. Zhang Xingyu was panicking, he was really panicking. "It turns out you are the boss of Ming Pavilion. Damn it. What are the hobbies of the rich second generation nowadays? Does he like to listen to me bragging to him or something?" Zhang Xingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had been holding back from getting angry. If he had really said something that offended Su Mu, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Ming Court is just a restaurant, its market value is several billion. As the big boss of Mingge, how could Su Mu be just a simple college student? I remember now. The watch on his wrist seems to be a classic Patek Philippe model, worth hundreds of thousands. Just now, Zhang Xingyu felt that the watch on Su Mu's wrist looked familiar, but he didn't think it was a Patek Philippe. Now that he heard that Su Mu was actually the big boss of Mingge, he immediately thought of the Patek Philippe watch he had seen before. He really wanted it at that time, but the price of 600,000 or 700,000 was prohibitive for him. Wei Zixuan was also confused. She thought Su Mu was a gigolo from the beginning, and when she saw Su Mu, who was handsome and so young, she was even more convinced that Su Mu was a gigolo. He is actually the big boss of Ming Pavilion. Wei Zixuan looked at Sumu, his eyes rolling, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chu Yao was also stunned. At first, she thought that Sumu was not a wealthy second-generation person. Although he was with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan that day, she thought it must be a coincidence. But now, Sumu is actually the boss of the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Haidu. So how much is he worth? Billions or tens of billions? Or even more? The meal was quite awkward. But it was mainly Zhang Xingyu who was embarrassed. Sumu didn't care. Later, Zhang Xingyu received a phone call and slipped away. He had said he would treat us to a meal, but now there was no sign of him. As for Chu Yao's best friends, they came up to Sumu enthusiastically and asked for his WeChat, but Sumu just found a random excuse and refused. First of all, Wei Zixuan is not a beautiful fairy. Secondly, how could Sumu not see what kind of woman Wei Zixuan was? Wei Zixuan, who was directly rejected by Sumu as a friend, left angrily. Chu Yao looked at Sumu awkwardly. I didn't expect you to be so rich. Chu Yao also sighed. After all, it is Ming Court, the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Haidu. The market value is at least several billion. As the big boss of Minga, Sumu's worth is inestimable. No wonder he was with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fan before, it turns out he is also a top second-generation rich man. Chu Yao couldn't help but think so in her heart. Hee hee. Sumu didn't say anything, just smiled and took it over. When I came out of the restaurant, it was almost 9 o'clock. I've had some wine, so I won't send you off. There is naturally no problem for Sumu to drive now, but he has always been cautious. Since he has been drinking, he will not drive. It's okay, I called a designated driver. Chu Yao smiled slightly, her face was as rosy as a ripe peach, very beautiful. Sumu nodded, and he also called a designated driver over. After returning home, Sumu took a hot bath in the bathtub for a while. It was already 10:30 when I lay in bed. As soon as Sumu took out his mobile phone, someone wanted to add him as a friend. Sumu took a look and saw that person had a note saying, I'm Yen Ru, add me and I have something to tell you. Yen Ru. Sumu was stunned for a moment. Yen Ru, isn't she the school beauty in the senior year? Why does she want her own friend? Sumu didn't pay much attention to Yen Ru, but when he posted before, Yen Ru supported him, so he didn't think much about it and directly added Yen Ru as a friend. Are you going to the game tomorrow? Yen Ru was not polite and asked Sumu directly whether he wanted to watch the game tomorrow. Sumu was as aloof as ever. Can you take me with you? Sumu first replied with a and then he felt a little confused. Great, I can't get the tickets. I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow afternoon. Yen Ru did not give Sumu a chance to object and directly sent a voice message. Sumu didn't know how to refuse after hearing Yen Ru's sweet voice. What the hell is this? Sumu didn't even read the message just now, he just replied with a who knew Yen Ru would set a trap for Sumu with the second sentence. On the other side, Yen Ru, who was lying on the bed in her pajamas, also smiled slightly. Are you still being so cold in front of me? Humph. Yen Ru doesn't play games much, and she's not a fan of Jay Cho, but she just wants to get to know Sumu. Sumu gave a bitter smile, but considering that Yen Ru was the most beautiful campus belle in the history of Haidu University, Sumu agreed. It's not impossible to take you with me. By the way, why did you say you trusted me before? Sumu was also very curious. Sumu was not so high profile before, and no one in the school knew that he had Lamborghini Venetian. How could Yen Ru be sure that the black gold card for the private room was real? I just said it casually. Yen Ru chuckled and sent a voice message. All right. When Sumu saw Yen Ru's reply, he was also slightly stunned. Just saying it casually. That's right. After all, he had been trying to keep a low profile before. Well, I saw you when you checked out of our hotel that day. A suite that costs tens of thousands of dollars a night is not something that ordinary people can afford. Yen Ru didn't keep Sumu in suspense. She explained directly. Your hotel? Oh, I see. When Sumu heard Yen Ru say this, he was stunned at first, but then he understood. It was the night when Chu Yao drank too much, in the five-star hotel near Future Bar. Of course. Everyone knows that you are the most beautiful girl in Haida University, but no one knows that you are the daughter of a wealthy family. Sumu also made a joke. After all, the hotel he stayed in before was a five-star chain hotel in China, and its market value must be at least several billion, right? Haha, that's still not as good as yours. I can't afford a Lamborghini Veneno or a Koenigsegg 11. Yen Ru not only mentioned the poison but also brought the Koenigsegg 11. You know Koenigsegg too? Sumu frowned and asked. What's so strange about this? The Haida community is so small, and now the entire rich second-generation community is discussing you. Yen Ru said this. Sumu couldn't help but feel a headache, and smiled bitterly. Really? That's right. Young Master Su's Koenigsegg 11 collided with young Master Qin's LaFerrari. Isn't that sensational enough? Yen Ru said this, and Sumu nodded. Okay, wait for me at the school gate tomorrow afternoon. Sumu put down his phone and couldn't help but frowned. He didn't think there was anything good about being famous. The truly awesome ones never stand in the limelight, otherwise they will easily be noticed. Sumu's rise was too fast. In just a few days, he had 2 billion in cash in his account alone. A Lamborghini Veneno is nothing at all. Compared with a building of Thompson 1 worth 20 billion, it is insignificant. Having money is good, but, if one's own strength is not strong enough, people like him can easily be slaughtered like fat pigs. Safety issues cannot be ignored. Sumu also considered this issue in his mind. If that doesn't work, I'll just find some retired soldiers to be my bodyguards. Sumu was thinking this, and before he knew it, it was already past 12 o'clock. Early morning. The 300 square meter flat seems quite quiet. However, Sumu also took out his mobile phone and directly opened the small game, Casual Fishing. The game page was the same starry sea as always, and Sumu pressed the fishing button without hesitation. Although he has gotten used to it, he still feels a little excited every time he goes fishing. This feeling is just like a lottery. No, it should be more exciting than a lottery. After all, before he caught anything, Sumu didn't know what good things he could catch. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, there was still no movement. Sumu was stunned for a moment, but he was not in a hurry. More than 10 seconds later, a prompt suddenly appeared on the phone screen. Congratulations to the player for fishing for a biochemical guard, value, 10,000 universe coins. BioGuard. 10,000 universe coins. Sumu was a little confused. But then he was also ecstatic. He checked the information of the biochemical guard through the game page, and was also shocked by the powerful biochemical guard. One of the mainstream warriors in the universe battlefield, one of the favorite guards of the richest people in the universe, strong and loyal. He was worried about his own safety before, but now it has been solved directly. That's really thoughtful. Sumu thought so in his mind and directly extracted the biochemical guard. An extraction button appeared on the phone screen, and Sumu just clicked it to extract it. Warrior Emoli, meet the master. In front of Sumu, a female guard wrapped in a black leather jacket, 1.75 meters tall, with a curvy figure and delicate features appeared in front of Sumu. What the hell? Black Widow. Sumu looked at Emoli and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But they are just similar in spirit. As for her abilities, as a biochemical guard, Emoli's strength seems to be higher than that of the Black Widow in the Avengers. Emoli. Sumu nodded slightly. From now on, just call me young master, and from now on, just protect me in the dark. Yes, master. After Emoli finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared in the room. What the hell? Sumu was also startled. Emoli. Sumu shouted. Emoli suddenly appeared beside Sumu again. How did you do that? Sumu also asked curiously. Born this way. Emoli lowered his head and knelt on one knee in front of Sumu. Okay, I got it. You hide first, and come out when you are needed. Yes, master. Emoli disappeared directly into the room without leaving any trace. This is my trump card. Sumu couldn't help but murmur something, with an excited expression on his face. The next day was Saturday. There was nothing to do in the morning, so Sumu slept until noon. Wang Xinyu was very excited and got up early in the morning to send a message to Sumu. But Sumu was still sleeping, so how could he reply to his message? After a quick wash, Sumu checked the messages on his phone. Wang Xinyu sent him more than a dozen WeChat messages, all asking him when he would wake up and when he would come over in the afternoon. Yan Ru also sent him 2 messages to arrange a specific time in the afternoon. This afternoon's competition starts at 3 o'clock and will be held at the Haida Youth Olympic Gymnasium. It's quite far from Haida University, and it takes an hour to drive there. I looked at the time, it's 11 o'clock. Let's call a few brothers to have dinner first, and then go pick up a G-class. Sumu now only has a Lamborghini Veneno, which is too conspicuous when driving out. Besides, supercars are good for showing off, but they are not very practical. Wang Xinyu had been whispering about the G-class in Sumu's ear. Now that Sumu has money, he plans to get a G-class to drive around in. Old 4, have you eaten yet? Sumu directly replied to Wang Xinyu, but he ignored Yan Ru. Oh my god. Third brother, you finally woke up. You haven't eaten yet. Wang Xinyu had been holding his phone the whole morning waiting for Sumu's reply, and now he finally got it. Look how excited you are, by the way, everyone else hasn't eaten yet, right? Call all the brothers, let's go out to eat. Sumu sent a voice message to Wang Xinyu. He went downstairs and drove his Lamborghini Veneno towards the school gate. Sumu has become an absolute celebrity at Haida University these past 2 days. It's not that he solved the Goldbach conjecture, but not many people know about it yet. The main reason was that Sumu drove a Lamborghini Veneno to school that day. In the past, there were a few rich second generations in the school whose families were wealthy and whose net worth was at least hundreds of millions. There were a few who also drove supercars into the campus, but to be honest, they were not even a little bit inferior to Sumu. Supercars are also divided into entry-level and top-level ones. A Porsche 911, a supercar worth 1 or 2 million, would be crushed into dust in seconds in front of a Lamborghini Veneno. The invisible top-rich second generation. His looks are even better than those of other young idols in the entertainment industry. The most important thing is that Sumu is so arrogant. He said he would invite all the students in the department to have dinner together and have fun, and he did that night. The students who knew what happened that night were all envious. In a 5-star restaurant, the banquet costs 20 to 30,000 per table. The wine alone is Moutai, which costs more than 800 yuan per bottle. Later, they even booked the entire Future Bar Club and treated everyone who went to the bar that night to a banquet. Someone has estimated that the consumption that night was not what an average person would spend. The meal packages that Sumu gave to each booth alone would cost 1.8 to 1.9 million. Including the consumption of other people in the venue, Sumu must have spent at least 5 or 6 million that night. For Sumu, 5 or 6 million may not be a big deal. But for most students, 5 or 6 million is an astronomical figure. Sumu parked the car directly in front of the gate of Haida University. The black Lamborghini Veneno is particularly eye-catching. A big boss is a big boss. Damn, rich guy, it's so fucking cool to be rich. What's the point of being envious? Some people are born to be able to afford luxury cars and mansions, but people like us probably won't be able to afford such top-notch luxury cars in our lifetime, right? That's true. How can we compare with the wealth that others have worked hard for in several lifetimes? Envy and jealousy are certain. However, they were all discussed in private. In the past 2 days, Sumu had become the topic of conversation among all the students of Haida University. The car is parked right at the door. Sumu got out of the car and opened the scissor door of the poison bottle. It's so damn cool. If I had a supercar like this, why the hell would I come to school? That's not true. It's actually pretty cool to come here and show off. Sumu took a selfie with the car. Wearing sunglasses and a black Lamborghini Veneno, Sumu looked so handsome. No, Sumu is so handsome. A crazy girl supported her companion and screamed. He is indeed very handsome. And he is so handsome that you can't close your legs. The girls in the same class couldn't help but look at Sumu a few more times. Don't say that girls nowadays worship money. How can a guy like Sumu, who is young, handsome, and rich, not to mention that he is not attractive to girls? It can be said that even if Sumu didn't spend a penny on them, even if he asked them to pay for him, there would probably be a lot of girls coming to him. But Sumu is as aloof as ever. Here, a girl wearing high heels and carrying an LV bag came back from outside the school. Shui Wer is a famous socialite at Haida University. I am a senior this year and was hired as a secretary in a Fortune 500 company before I even graduated. But everyone knows that she is married, and her husband is a PhD student who has lived in Austria for many years. However, everyone who knows her knows that Shui Wer's style is very problematic. If I have to use one word to describe it, it would be fickle. But who can blame her for being beautiful enough? I heard that she has been officially hired as an exception, and she recently bought 2 LV bags worth 30,000 yuan. I heard that the department manager bought them for her. But this is just hearsay, there is no real evidence. Although Sumu doesn't care about gossip, the people in his dormitory are all gossip princes. Wang Xinyu had shown Sumu a photo of Shui Wer before, but Sumu just shook his head and said, "It's obvious that this woman is not a good woman. But she looks innocent." Wang Xinyu didn't care. After all, a woman like Shui Wer probably wouldn't have much interaction with him. Although Wang Xinyu can be considered a wealthy second generation, Shui Wer would definitely look down on someone like Wang Xinyu. Shui Wer hasn't returned to school these 2 days. She was on a business trip with her department manager. It was said to be a business trip, but in fact I just stayed in the hotel for 2 days without going out. She seldom paid attention to things happening at school, so even though Sumu was already a well-known celebrity, Shui Wer knew nothing about him. She also spotted the Lamborghini Veneno parked at the school gate at a glance. Other girls don't know cars, but Shui Wer is different. She has been paying attention to luxury cars for many years, especially top supercars like this one. In her words, if a woman only sees bags and clothes, she is destined to not be able to afford those things. If you want to hook up with a tall, rich and handsome guy, first you have to understand cars. Lamborghini Venom. Shui Wer recognized it at the first sight. A top-notch second-generation rich man. Although Shui Wer is married, her husband's family is quite well off. But in fact, she has always treated her husband as a backup. Get married. So what? As long as she can meet someone better, she can say goodbye to her husband without hesitation. Sumu was standing next to the car, and Shui Wer was immediately attracted. It is a blessing to meet this top-rich second generation. If she could get to know him, or even become his woman, then she would have a secure life for the rest of her life. "Handsome, I'm going to Xinbai International Hotel, can you take me with you?" Shui Wer's voice is very sweet, and most boys really can't resist her. However, Sumu frowned slightly and looked up at Shui Wer. Before Sumu could say anything, Shui Wer had already stepped half a leg into the car and was sitting on the passenger seat. In Shui Wer's opinion, no one would reject her, not even this cold-looking rich young man in front of her. "Go down." Sumu frowned and said something to Shui Wer in a bad mood. Shui Wer was also confused, but she was thick-skinned enough to sit in the passenger seat. "I said, get out of here, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Sumu was a little angry and yelled at Shui Wer. Originally, Sumu was the focus of everyone. When Shui Wer got into the car, everyone was sighing that it turned out that Sumu liked someone like Shui Wer. But it's also true that Shui Wer is beautiful and the kind of woman who looks particularly pure, and every man would like her. I'm so jealous. If I had a poisonous car, I would be a bridegroom every night. First, you need a poison car. It hurts, my friend. Many people looked over here, but the next moment, everyone was stunned. Sumu actually told Shui Wer to get out. The goddess in everyone's eyes turns out to be so unattractive in front of the top-rich second generation. Sexy. This is the sexiest thing. If I had a supercar, I would do the same thing. Point at the goddess' nose and tell her to get out of here. This is more fun than sleeping with her. That's Shui Wer, right? I told you, how could Master Su possibly like a woman like her? Ahem, that's not what you just said. Shui Wer was stunned. No man has ever rejected her so decisively. Sumu was the first one. And he pointed at her nose and told her to get out. But Shui Wer didn't dare to say anything and silently got down from the passenger seat. If it was an ordinary small rich man, she would probably have made trouble with him. but she didn't dare to do something like Sumu. Lamborghini is fine, the key is Lamborghini poison. A supercar worth hundreds of millions, but there is no market for it. Are there many top rich young men in Haidu? Without saying anything else, Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen are both top second-generation rich people in China. But I haven't heard that they have a top-notch supercar like the Lamborghini Veneno. To put it simply, this kind of top-level supercar is not something that ordinary people can afford. Identity, background, status, money. Neither is indispensable. Although Shui Wer knows a lot of rich people and has considerable influence. She could find a lot of people by just making a phone call, but she really didn't dare to cause trouble for Sumu. Unless, she has no brains. Shui Wer admitted defeat and walked away from the car in shame. Sumu couldn't help but spit, what the hell? He really looked down on Shui Wer, not to mention that he had learned about Shui Wer through Wang Xinyu. Since it was broad daylight, there were quite a lot of people at the school gate. The news that Sumu angrily scolded Shui Wer and told her to get out of the car spread quickly. Shui Wer is one of the recognized campus beauties at Haidu University and has her own traffic. As for Sumu, is there anything else to say? With a Lamborghini Veneno as his car, he is the focus of attention wherever he goes. What the hell? Xiaoliu, sitting in Wang Xinyu's BMW 5 Series, also had an amazing start. What's going on? Why are you so excited? Wang Xinyu was driving and turned around to look at Zhou Su and asked a question. Sexy. He really is the third brother. If we want to talk about sexiness, we have to look at the third brother. Zhou Su also saw this news in the group just now, and immediately sighed and said. What's going on? What's wrong with the third brother? Several people were in the dormitory, and when they heard that it was about Sumu, they all asked curiously. Does Shui Wer know? Zhou Su kept the question a secret and asked everyone a question. After all, she is the school beauty, it is hard not to know. Just now, third brother was at the school gate. Zhou Su briefly recounted what had just happened, and everyone's eyes widened. I really admire third brother. If a beauty like Shui Wer is willing to get in my car, I will definitely work in the hotel without hesitation. Wang Xinyu also became interested and said jokingly while driving. Old 4, aren't you afraid of a woman like Shui Wer? Du Kong gave Wang Xinyu a look in a sultry way. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood. That's true. But third brother has said before that he really doesn't like girls like Shui Wer. Wang Xinyu also sighed. Sure enough, when it comes to showing off, all of us in the dormitory combined can't compare to the third brother. At the school gate. Just as the school beauty Shui Wer left, Yan Ru came over. She sent a message to Sumu, but Sumu didn't reply. The appointment time last night was in the afternoon, but she also found out the game time and it started at 3 o'clock. There was no specific time agreed upon, and Sumu didn't reply to her message in the morning, so she thought about it and decided to wait at the school gate. Just as she arrived at the school gate, she saw Sumu pointing at Shui Wer's nose and telling her to get out of the car. Yan Ru couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth, with an interested smile on her face. As expected of a cool and aloof male god, he actually treats the school beauty like this. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women at all. Yan Ru said this, but she didn't think so at all. She knew Shui Wer, but if she were a boy, she would definitely look down on Shui Wer. The fact that Sumu could scold Shui Wer shows that he has a good vision. Yan Ru also breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted her skirt, and walked towards Sumu. The passers-by were stunned. Just now, Shui Wer, a school beauty, left, and now another school beauty, Yan Ru, has arrived. Sure enough, this is the charm of the top rich boy. Just wait and see, Yan Ru will be scolded and sent away just like Shui Wer. No way. How can the goddess Yan Ru be compared to Shui Wer? You guys don't know yet, do you? In fact, Sumu is not cold to girls, he just simply doesn't like women. Ah. No way. The people around also looked over here curiously. Everyone wanted to see how Sumu would scold goddess Yan Ru and make her cry. Sumu. Yan Ru walked up to Sumu and called out to him directly. Forehead. When Sumu saw Yan Ru, he was also stunned. To be honest, Yan Ru is much prettier than in the photo. Especially her outfit today, a long white dress dotted with a few small flowers, matched with her tall figure. It is absolutely amazing. Yen Ru. Sumu smiled slightly and asked back. Why don't you reply to my message? No time. Sumu was also a little embarrassed. He did see the message sent by Yen Ru, but he didn't care about it and just skipped it. Now that Yen Ru suddenly asked him about this, Sumu was indeed a little embarrassed. But fortunately, Sumu is thick-skinned enough, and Sumu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have nothing to do with Yen Ru. Since it doesn't matter, why do I have to reply to your message? Sumu didn't even want to find a reason and just sent Yen Ru away with just one sentence, I don't have time. Yen Ru also curled her lips, she was so angry. But she also smiled slightly, can I take your car? Aha, of course. Sumu also nodded without comment. This is the difference between Yen Ru and Shui Yuer. The first is the question of politeness. Shui Yuer didn't even ask and got into the car. As for Yen Ru, she also asked Sumu's opinion first. After getting Sumu's answer, Yen Ru bent down and got into the car. Sumu gave a slight wry smile and sat in the driver's seat. The students who were around to watch the fun were all dumbfounded. What's happening? How about high cold? What about loneliness? Didn't you say that Sumu doesn't like women? Why? Is there anything wrong with Yen Ru sitting in the passenger seat? In fact, it seems that the two of them are having a very pleasant conversation. Mom, I'm heartbroken. Some boys were simply stunned. Yen Ru is recognized as the dream lover by all the boys in Haida University. Unlike Shui Yuer, Yen Ru is unique among the many school beauties. Let's put it this way, Yen Ru has almost no black fans and is the most ideal lover in the eyes of all boys. Oh my god. Sumu likes Yen Ru. Both are campus beauties, but Shui Yuer was pointed at by Master Su and told to get out of the car, but Yen Ru seems to meet Master Su's standards. Wang Xinyu was driving out of the school and happened to see Yen Ru sitting in the passenger seat. No way. This is the first time that third brother didn't reject a girl. Nonsense, rejecting Shui Yuer is a matter of course. But if it's rejecting goddess Yen Ru, then it seems that the third brother really doesn't like women, right? I need comments from readers, please urge me to update. I will also try my best to update 10,000 words. Please don't wait for the book recently, I will work harder to update. Now everyone was dumbfounded. I originally thought that Yen Ru would be treated the same as Shui Yuer. After all, I had never heard of Sumu having any contact with any goddess in school. But, now, Sumu and Yen Ru are sitting in the car, talking and laughing. Isn't this different from what everyone thinks? She is worthy of being called goddess Yen Ru. She can even handle someone like Sumu. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Shui Yuer was pointed at and told to get lost, but Yen Ru just. Why can Shui Yuer compare with goddess Yen Ru? That's true. Many people were talking in whispers. Wang Xinyu drove to Sumu's side. Third brother, you, hee. Wang Xinyu was also dumbfounded, wondering when did Sumu and Yen Ru get together. Sumu rolled his eyes at Wang Xinyu. Although he didn't say anything, you could tell from his expression. Well, let's go eat something first. I checked and found that Zuelu is on the way to the Youth Olympic Stadium. It's just on the way. Sumu looked at Wang Xinyu and said something. Okay. When they heard that Sumu was going to invite everyone to have dinner at Jiwei Building, everyone in the dormitory was very excited. After all, Zuelu is considered one of the top Chinese restaurants in Haidu. Chu Yao had invited Sumu to eat there once before, and Sumu thought the taste was quite good. Have you eaten yet? What do you think? Yen Ru smiled slightly and said to Sumu. Well, one more is not too much. Sumu chuckled, stepped on the accelerator, and took off. Slow down. Yen Ru was also frightened and her face turned a little pale. Third brother is really a coquettish guy. He angrily scolded Shui Yuer and told her to get lost, then turned around and left with Yen Ru. TSK, how enviable. Wang Xinyu also sighed and followed. This is Zuelu. Sumu directly asked for a private room. Yen Ru sat next to Sumu, not saying much, but she looked like a particularly obedient young wife. I have to drive soon, but I haven't drunk any alcohol. The dishes ordered were all specialties of Zuelu. There were 6 people in the dormitory plus Yen-Ru, a total of 7 people, and Sumu ordered 16 dishes. This meal alone cost almost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. After all, it is the most luxurious Chinese restaurant in Haidu, and any stir-fried vegetable dish costs hundreds of dollars. But the taste is indeed memorable. I need to go to the bathroom. Yen-Ru wiped her mouth, stood up and said something to Sumu. Sumu was stunned for a moment and nodded. Yen-Ru was here just now, and the people in the dormitory were rather shy, as everyone wanted to leave a good impression on Yen-Ru. As soon as Yen-Ru walked out of the private room, several people instantly breathed a sigh of relief. F***CK. Third brother, you are really awesome. You have conquered the goddess Yen-Ru. Wang Xinyu couldn't hold it back any longer, and when he saw Yen-Ru go out, he immediately shouted out. Yeah, third brother, I thought you really weren't interested in women. Turns out you just don't like those mediocre girls. I'm so envious. Third brother, you are the winner in life. Sumu couldn't help but raise his lips when he heard several people say this. Ahem, don't talk nonsense, we are just ordinary friends. Clear. I understand. Learn. Sumu. Yen-Ru came out to use the bathroom and put on some light makeup. Just as I walked out of the restroom, a young man who looked to be in his 20s came towards me. Yen-Ru didn't notice it, but the young man's eyes were fixed on it. Yen-Ru walked past him, and he froze in place. Excellent. Luo Jun couldn't help but sniff. There was also the faint fragrance of Yen-Ru around, which was very charming. He also watched Yen-Ru walk into the private room before he came to his senses. The private rooms at Zuelu are not completely enclosed ones. It's the kind that's opened by a screen. Through the screen, Luo Jun just happened to see Yen-Ru's profile. Perfect. Luo Jun can be considered a wealthy second generation, with his family having assets worth tens of millions. He came here for dinner with friends today and just arrived. Luo Jun didn't even go to the bathroom and returned to his private room in a daze. Hey, tell me, who owns that Lamborghini Veneno outside? I don't know. There are so many top rich second generations in Haidu. We can't possibly get in touch with them. Indeed, but we are much better than most ordinary people, right? That's right, ha ha ha. In the private room, 3 men and 2 women sat together and chatted happily. As soon as Luo Jun walked in, several people noticed that something was wrong with Luo Jun. Why are you like a lost soul when you go to the toilet? What's going on? One of the more active girls looked at Luo Jun and asked. F***CK. I just saw a goddess. She's absolutely perfect. Luo Jun finally recovered and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at everyone. I tell you, I fell in love at first sight. Luo Jun said this in a somewhat foolish manner. Is it as beautiful as you say? Several people looked at Luo Jun's lost heart expression and asked. You'll know once you see it. As Luo Jun spoke, he couldn't help but look towards Sumu's private room. Although there was a private room between them, Yen-Ru, who was sitting next to Sumu, could be seen through the screen. Everyone also stood up and looked in the direction Luo Jun was looking. After all, she is the most beautiful campus belle in the history of Haidu University. Yen-Ru's appearance is indeed quite stunning. Sure. It's really beautiful. Are all the people in that private room students? They don't look very old. Brother Jun, if it were me, you should just go over and reveal your identity. I tell you, female college students nowadays are very materialistic. You are worth tens of millions at least. If you go over, that little girl will not be obedient to you. Walk. That's right. Brother Jun, I'm telling you, you don't have to say anything. If you throw your Maserati car keys in front of her, I guarantee that she will abandon the pretty boy next to her in a minute. Several people in the private room also gave Luo Jun advice. Luo Jun was also somewhat moved. He also heard that the prettier the female college students are, the more fun they have. Although Yen-Ru doesn't look like a gold digger, what if she is? After all, he is a multimillionaire. Apart from anything else, he recently bought a 100 square meter school district house in Haidu and drives a Maserati Quattroporte. He is only 28 years old this year, and his situation completely crushes his peers. He looked at the other people in Yen Ru's private room. They all looked very immature. Young men in their early 20s are probably still in college. What can they compare themselves with? Luo Jun thought so in his mind and prepared to go over with his Maserati key. However, before Luo Jun walked out of the private room, a waiter ran in from outside the door. "Dear guests, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal. Whose Lamborghini Veneno is that? We are clearing the sewer outside, and your car is parked on the manhole cover. Please move it." The waiter's voice was very loud, and everyone eating here could hear it clearly. Sumu frowned slightly. He didn't want to be so high profile. But, this is understandable. He stood up and walked out of the private room. "The car is mine. Sorry, I didn't notice it just now. I'll go move the car." Boom. Luo Jun was completely confused. He saw it clearly, and to be honest, he was slandering Sumu in his heart just now. He looked at Yen Ru sitting next to Sumu, and saw that Sumu was handsome. For a moment, he thought Sumu was a pretty boy. What's the point of being handsome? Can it make a living? Luo Jun couldn't help but think so in his mind before. But now, everyone else is stupid. Good looking. No, he also owns a Lamborghini Veneno. F***ck. It turns out that the Lamborghini Veneno outside the door is his. Brother Jun, this. Brother Jun, I heard from my brothers that there are so many women. Don't be fooled by the fact that the woman looks pretty and pure, but you can see that she is a gold digger. Luo Jun also smiled bitterly and sat down. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think much about anything else, he just felt lucky. Fortunately, I didn't go so quickly just now, otherwise, I would have been slapped in the face for competing with this top-rich second generation for his girlfriend. After Sumu moved the car, he attracted a lot of attention when he came back. "You're so young. You're driving a Lamborghini Veneno at such a young age. I'm so envious." Lamborghini Veneno. A supercar worth hundreds of millions, he should be a top-rich kid, right? Why haven't I seen him before? There are so many invisible rich people. Do you think everyone is as high-profile as Zhou Tsong? Look at Ma Xiaoyun's son. Can you find a recent photo of him on the internet? That's true. After all, he is a rich young man who drives a Lamborghini Veneno, and he attracts a lot of attention wherever he goes. Luo Jun also got scared and slipped away before Sumu came back. The main reason is that I can't bring myself to do this. I actually want to snatch a girlfriend from this top-rich second generation. What's the difference between that and a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Sumu didn't know that just by moving his car he scared away a young and promising tycoon worth tens of millions. But think about it. Even if Sumu wasn't here, how could Yen Ru possibly be interested in Luo Jun? After all, Yen Ru is a rich lady, and the market value of her family business is at least tens of billions. Millionaires? In Yen Ru's eyes, can Wan Qian be called a rich man? Well, I'm going to pick up a G-class soon, and it's just on my way. Sumu returned to the private room and sat down, looking at everyone and said something casually. F***ck. Third brother, is this true? Wang Xinyu was the most excited as he had thought about buying a G-class before. But his father only gave him a budget of 1 million, so he couldn't afford the G-class. Let me show you how to do it later. Okay. When Wang Xinyu heard what Sumu said, he nodded vigorously. Why drive a BMW 5 Series when you have a G-class? Wang Xinyu also threw the car keys directly to Zhu Yuan. Second brother, you have good driving skills, you can drive my car later. Zhu Yuan took the car keys and made an okay gesture to Wang Xinyu. Yen Ru sat next to Sumu but didn't say anything. A new G-class, top-of-the-line model, only costs 2 to 3 million. For a supercar like Sumu that costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, isn't it easy to buy a G-class? After coming out of Ji Wei building and sitting in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Venetian, Yen Ru looked at Sumu and suddenly said, "Speaking of a scumbag driving a G-class, what do you think?" Forehead. Sumu was also stunned for a moment. It is true that a scumbag drives a G-class, but he is not a scumbag. Besides, if he wants to be a scumbag, why does he need to buy a G-Class? Supercars are good for show, but not practical. Sumu laughed. I can't always drive the Poison so high profile. If I drive the G-Class, I'd better be low-key. When Yenru heard Sumu say this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Look at what you said, drive a G-Class and be more low-key. Is there anyone who is so discouraging as you? Yenru chuckled. In fact, she was fine, but most people would probably cry to death after hearing what Sumu said. If driving a G-Class is low-key, then aren't we low-key to the extreme when we drive a mid- to low-end car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan? And brothers who don't have a car. Sumu actually didn't think that much about it, he just spoke based on his own situation. After all, he usually drives a Lamborghini Veneno. If he drives a G-Class out one day, people who know him will think he is low-key. The group of people here drove directly to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Haidu. It's a little past 1 now, and the salesmen in the 4S shop are taking a break. But when they saw the arrogant Lamborghini Veneno coming, everyone tensed up. F***CK. Is this a Lamborghini? It looks like poison, doesn't it? By the way, is there poison in the sea? Lamborghini Veneno. Is that the legendary car worth hundreds of millions? Oh my god. This is the top second-generation rich man. The BMW 5 Series stopped behind. Sumu and his group walked into the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. The sales manager came to greet Sumu in person. Welcome to Mercedes-Benz 4S store. All the salesmen bowed slightly towards Sumu and his group, their attitudes respectful, even a little fawning. Hello, I'm Song Yi, the sales manager here. How can I help you? Does Big G have it? Sumu looked at him and asked. Yes, yes. Song Yi also walked forward and served carefully. The rich second generation who drives a Lamborghini Veneno is not someone he can afford to offend. This is the new 2020 G-Class, equipped with. Song Yi also habitually introduced the car model to Sumu. But Sumu looked at him and said directly, okay, this is it. Ah. Song Yi was also stunned. Buy it now. Forget about the configuration, but don't you even ask about the price. The top-of-the-line model of this G-Class will cost around 2.8 million yuan. 2.8 million yuan. Don't you even ask. 2. He drove a Lamborghini Veneno and was willing to pay for a supercar worth hundreds of millions, so why would he care about a G-Class worth 2 or 3 million? When others buy a car, they should at least choose the model they like first, compare the prices, and then consider it carefully. Sumu didn't care. He just suddenly wanted to buy a G-Class. It just happened to be on the way, and the Mercedes-Benz 4S store happened to have the car in stock. Okay, that's enough. Just buy it directly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Song Yi reacted quickly. After all, he was the sales manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store and he had some psychological endurance. Here, Sumu handed his ID card and bank card to Song Yi. The card is the black gold card given to him by the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, which is very cool. Third brother, your bank card looks a little unusual. Wang Xinyu had sharp eyes and he also noticed that the bank card that Sumu handed to Song Yi was black. Oh, the president of ICBC gave it to me a few days ago. Sumu mentioned it casually. Wang Xinyu also nodded enviously. He didn't know what this black gold card represented. However, Yen Ru, who was standing aside, also frowned. She had heard from her father that the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China had recently issued a black gold card, and there were no more than 5 people in the entire Haikou area who owned this black gold card. It can be said that the person who owns this card must be worth at least tens of billions. When Yen Ru's father talked about this black gold card, his eyes were full of envy, because even he was not qualified to have that black gold card. Sure enough. Just as I thought, Sumu's identity and background are definitely not simple. Yen Ru was shocked. Song Yi did not dare to delay either. He drafted the car purchase contract as quickly as possible and then paid the purchase price in front of Sumu. Mr. Su, here are your car keys. Song Yi handed the car keys, the car purchase contract and some other things to Sumu with both hands. Sumu nodded, took the car keys and threw them directly to Wang Xinyu. Let's go. Wang Xinyu took the car keys excitedly. The group walked directly out of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Sumu came here for just over 10 minutes and directly spent 2.8 million to pick up a latest model of G-Class. Whose young master is this? The salesperson at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store also came up to Song Yi and sighed. Why do you want to know which family this young master belongs to? Let me tell you, we can't afford to offend this young master. Song Yi frowned and murmured softly,